Have you ever noticed that the kinder you are to some people, the less they seem to respect you? You answer every call, you forgive every insult, you put everyone else's needs before your own, yet somehow you're the one taken for granted. What if being too nice isn't kindness at all? What if it's fear disguised as virtue? Today, you'll discover what the Stoics knew thousands of years ago: real strength doesn't come from pleasing everyone. It comes from standing firm in your values. Stay until the end, because one idea in this video could completely change the way people treat you, and more importantly, the way you see yourself. There is a huge difference between kindness and people-pleasing. Kindness is a choice. People-pleasing is a habit driven by fear. A Stoic is kind because it reflects good character, not because they expect approval. Imagine a young man named Daniel. At work, he never said no. He stayed late to finish other people's tasks. He covered shifts, accepted blame for mistakes that weren't his, and smiled through every inconvenience. He believed that if he was nice enough, everyone would appreciate him. Instead, his co-workers expected more and more from him. His kindness became something they demanded instead of something they valued. One day, Daniel calmly declined an unreasonable request. Suddenly, people called him selfish. That was the moment he realized they never respected him, they only respected what he was willing to give away. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that you cannot control what others think of you, but you can control your own actions. The Stoic path is not about earning applause. It is about living according to reason and virtue. Stop saying yes when your heart is screaming no. Every unnecessary yes is a quiet no to your own peace. Boundaries are not walls that keep good people out. They are doors that keep harmful behavior from entering your life. Think about an old gardener who spent years growing beautiful flowers. Every passerby picked them without asking until one day there were none left. The gardener became bitter, not because people were cruel, but because he never protected what he worked so hard to grow. Your time, energy, and attention are like that garden. If you never protect them, someone else will consume them. The Stoics believed your energy is one of your greatest possessions. Spend it wisely. Give generously, but never carelessly. Many people confuse silence with weakness. A Stoic knows silence can be one of the strongest responses. You don't have to defend yourself against every accusation or answer every insult. Some battles are won simply by refusing to fight. Picture a traveler who walked through a noisy marketplace. Merchants shouted, strangers mocked him, and critics laughed at his clothes. He smiled and kept walking. By sunset, the noise was gone, but his destination remained. Had he stopped to argue with everyone, he would never have reached where he wanted to go. Life works the same way. Every argument is an invitation. Wisdom is knowing which invitations to decline. Stop trying to rescue people who refuse to rescue themselves. Compassion is beautiful, but enabling destructive behavior is not kindness. The Stoics understood that every person is responsible for their own character. A father spent years paying his grown son's debts. Every mistake was erased before the son could learn from it. The father believed he was helping. Instead, he delayed his son's growth. Real love sometimes allows people to face the consequences of their actions. Strength isn't making life easier for everyone. Strength is allowing truth to teach its lessons. Never mistake confidence for arrogance. A Stoic walks into a room without needing anyone's approval. They don't boast. They don't beg for attention. They simply know who they are. Imagine a lion walking through the forest. It doesn't stop to convince every animal that it's powerful. It doesn't argue with barking dogs or chase every challenge. It walks calmly because it already knows its strength. Become like that lion. Let your actions speak louder than your words. The hardest lesson many people never learn is this: not everyone deserves unlimited access to you. Your kindness is valuable, but when it is given without wisdom, it becomes something people expect instead of appreciate. The Stoics believe that your character is precious. Protecting it is not selfish, it is your responsibility. Think about a woman named Sarah who always answered every late-night phone call from a friend. Whenever that friend had a problem, Sarah rushed to help. But when Sarah needed someone to listen to her, that same friend was always too busy. For years, Sarah ignored the imbalance because she wanted to be seen as a good person. One evening she decided not to answer the phone. She rested instead. The next day her friend accused her of changing. Sarah smiled and realized something important. She hadn't changed. She had simply stopped allowing herself to be used. Sometimes the people who complain about your boundaries are the ones who benefited from you having none. A Stoic understands that respect begins with self-respect. If you teach people that your time has no value, they will believe it. But when you quietly protect your peace, people begin to understand that your presence is something to value, not something to exploit. There is another trap that catches many people. It is the desperate need to be liked by everyone. This desire has stolen more confidence than failure ever could. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack filled with rocks. Each rock represents another person's opinion. One says you're too quiet. Another says you're too serious. Someone else thinks you're not successful enough. Another criticizes your appearance. As you continue walking, the backpack becomes heavier and heavier until you can barely move. Now imagine placing that backpack on the ground. Suddenly you can breathe. You can stand tall. You can move freely again. That is exactly what happens when you stop living for other people's approval. Epictetus taught that if you seek things outside your control, you will always become their slave. Other people's opinions are outside your control. The only opinion you truly own is your own. When you stop chasing approval, something incredible happens. The people who truly value you remain. The ones who only valued your obedience quietly disappear. That is not a loss. That is freedom. Many people believe confrontation is something to fear. The Stoics saw it differently. They understood that avoiding every difficult conversation creates even bigger problems later. A young business owner noticed one employee arriving late every single day. Instead of addressing it, he smiled and pretended everything was fine because he didn't want conflict. Weeks turned into months. Soon other employees started arriving late too. Finally, he calmly spoke with the employee and explained that the behavior had to stop. The employee apologized. The team improved. The problem had never been the conversation. The problem was avoiding it. Being nice often means avoiding discomfort. Being wise means facing discomfort before it becomes disaster. The Stoic doesn't seek conflict, but neither do they run from it. Sometimes one honest sentence saves years of silent resentment. Another mistake people make is believing forgiveness means allowing repeated disrespect. Forgiveness frees your heart. Permission encourages bad behavior. These are not the same thing. Imagine lending someone your favorite book. They return it damaged without apology. You forgive them because anger only hurts you. Months later they ask to borrow another valuable book. This time you politely decline. You have forgiven them. You have not forgotten the lesson. Stoicism teaches us that wisdom remembers what emotion tries to ignore. Forgive quickly. Trust carefully. Not everyone who says sorry has changed. Some have only become better at apologizing. One of the strongest qualities you can develop is emotional independence. Most people allow their mood to be controlled by the behavior of others. One compliment makes them happy. One insult ruins their day. One rejection convinces them they are worthless. Their emotions become like a small boat tossed around by every wave. The Stoic becomes the lighthouse instead. Storms come. Winds blow. Waves crash. Yet the lighthouse remains standing because its foundation is deeper than the storm. Build your happiness on your character, not on someone else's treatment of you. When your peace depends on other people behaving perfectly, you will never know peace. Another powerful Stoic lesson is learning when to walk away. Not every argument deserves your attention. Not every relationship deserves another chance. Not every opportunity deserves your energy. A traveler once came across two roads. One road was crowded with people shouting, arguing, and fighting over who was right. The other road was quiet. Few people walked it. The traveler asked an old man which road led to peace. The old man smiled. "The quiet one," he said. "But why is almost no one taking it?" Because most people would rather win arguments than protect their peace. Never forget that. Your peace is worth more than proving a stranger wrong. Your energy is worth more than endless drama. Your future is worth more than one person's approval. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning, you will meet difficult, selfish, ungrateful people. But you do not have to become like them. You simply refuse to let them control your character. Real strength is not becoming cold. It is remaining kind without becoming weak. It is remaining generous without becoming foolish. It is remaining compassionate without abandoning yourself. That is the balance Stoicism teaches. And once you discover that balance, you no longer need everyone to like you. Because you finally like the person you see in the mirror. Many people spend years trying to avoid disappointing others, but in doing so, they disappoint themselves every single day. Every time you silence your own needs to keep someone else comfortable, you slowly lose a piece of who you are. The Stoics believe that the greatest tragedy is not failing in the eyes of the world. It is failing to live according to your own principles. Imagine a craftsman who spent months carving a beautiful wooden table. Every visitor who entered his workshop had an opinion. One said the legs were too short. Another wanted it painted blue. Someone else thought it should be round instead of square. Wanting everyone to be happy, the craftsman changed the table again and again. In the end, it pleased no one, and it no longer reflected the vision he had in the beginning. That is what happens when you live for other people's expectations. Little by little, your life stops looking like your own. The Stoic chooses a different path. They listen to advice, but they do not surrender their judgment. They understand that wisdom comes from thoughtful reflection, not from following every opinion that crosses their path. There is a quiet confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you are. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't demand attention. It simply exists. Picture an ancient oak tree standing on a hillside. Through every season, the weather changes. Strong winds bend its branches. Heavy rain soaks its roots. Summer heat dries the earth around it. Yet the tree remains because its roots run deep beneath the surface. Your values must become those roots. When criticism arrives, your values hold you steady. When praise arrives, your values keep you humble. When failure comes, your values remind you to keep going. When success comes, your values prevent arrogance. The world constantly changes. Character does not. Another habit that weakens people is explaining themselves to everyone. You don't owe a detailed defense for every decision you make. A man decided to leave a high-paying job to pursue a simpler life closer to his family. Friends laughed at him. Relatives questioned his judgment. Strangers called him foolish. For months he tried to explain himself. Nothing changed. People who wanted to criticize simply found new reasons. Eventually, he stopped explaining. He smiled politely, thanked people for their concern, and continued building the life he truly wanted. Years later, while others remained trapped in careers they hated, he enjoyed peace with the people he loved most. The lesson is simple. Your life is not a courtroom. You do not need to present evidence for every decision. Sometimes silence is the strongest explanation. Epictetus reminded us that if your actions are right, let others think what they will. That single idea has the power to free you from endless anxiety. Another truth many people avoid is that saying, "no," is an act of honesty. Every yes you give to something unimportant is time taken away from something that truly matters. A young athlete dreamed of becoming a champion. But every weekend, friends invited him to parties, late-night outings, and distractions. They told him he was becoming boring. He smiled and politely declined. Years later, while they wondered why their dreams never happened, he stood on the podium holding the trophy he had imagined for years. His secret wasn't extraordinary talent. It was ordinary discipline repeated every day. The Stoics admired discipline because they knew freedom is earned through self-control. The ability to say no today creates opportunities tomorrow. People may misunderstand your discipline. Let them. People may laugh at your focus. Let them. One day, your results will speak louder than your explanations ever could. There is also great power in becoming comfortable with being alone. Many people stay in unhealthy friendships or relationships because they fear loneliness more than disrespect. The Stoics saw solitude differently. They viewed it as a chance to strengthen the mind. Imagine climbing a mountain before sunrise. The trail is quiet. No applause. No crowd. Only your footsteps and your breathing. As the sun rises above the horizon, you realize something beautiful. Some of life's greatest moments happen when nobody else is watching. That is how character is built. Not through public recognition, but through private discipline. The person who learns to enjoy their own company becomes difficult to manipulate. Why? Because they no longer stay where they are unloved simply to avoid being alone. They choose peace over popularity. Growth over comfort. Purpose over approval. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the quality of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. Think about that. If your mind is filled with fear of rejection, your life will reflect that fear. If your mind is filled with courage, patience, and wisdom, your actions will reflect those qualities instead. Everything begins in the mind. That is why the Stoics trained their thoughts every single day. They understood that before you can master your life, you must first master your thinking. The next time someone pressures you to betray your values just to fit in, remember this. You were not born to be everyone's favorite person. You were born to become the strongest version of yourself. And the strongest people are not those who are feared. They are those who cannot be controlled by praise, criticism, or the opinions of the crowd. The greatest prison in the world is not made of steel bars. It is built from the fear of disappointing other people. Countless lives are controlled by invisible chains. Chains of approval. Chains of guilt. Chains of endless obligation. The Stoics understood something that most people never discover. The moment you stop living for the expectations of others is the moment you begin living your own life. Imagine a bird that spent its entire life inside a golden cage. It was fed every day. It was admired by everyone who walked past. People praised its beautiful feathers and lovely song. But one day, someone opened the cage. The bird hesitated. Freedom was terrifying because the cage had become familiar. Many people live exactly like that bird. They remain trapped in relationships that drain them. They stay in jobs that destroy their spirit. They keep pretending to be someone they are not because the familiar feels safer than the unknown. But growth has never lived inside comfort. The Stoics believed courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is choosing what is right despite fear. The first time you stand up for yourself, your voice may shake. The first time you refuse to tolerate disrespect, your heart may race. The first time you choose your peace over someone else's approval, you may wonder if you've done the wrong thing. Keep going anyway. Every strong person was once uncomfortable with setting boundaries. Confidence is not born overnight. It is built one courageous decision at a time. There is another truth that many people struggle to accept. You cannot save everyone. A wise old fisherman once noticed a man throwing himself into the sea every single day, only to cry for help moments later. The fisherman rescued him once. Then twice. Then 3 times. Finally, he said, I will always help someone who accidentally falls into the water. But I cannot spend my life rescuing someone who jumps in on purpose. Some people create the same problems again and again. Not because life is unfair, but because they refuse to change. You can encourage them. You can support them. You can care about them. But you cannot live their life for them. The Stoics understood that every person must carry responsibility for their own choices. Trying to carry everyone else's burdens will eventually crush your own spirit. One of the greatest forms of strength is learning to walk away without hatred. Walking away does not always mean someone is evil. Sometimes it simply means your journey no longer travels in the same direction. Imagine 2 travelers who begin walking together. At first, they encourage each other. They laugh. They grow. They learn. Eventually, one chooses the mountain path. The other chooses the valley. Neither road is necessarily wrong. They are simply different. The wise traveler does not waste years trying to force someone onto the same road. He wishes them well and continues climbing. That is maturity. Not every goodbye needs an argument. Not every ending needs bitterness. Sometimes peace is found in quietly moving forward. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that every day could be his last. Far from making him afraid, this thought made him grateful. It reminded him not to waste precious time chasing approval from people who would never be satisfied. Ask yourself something. If today were your final day, would you spend it trying to impress strangers? Would you waste it arguing online? Would you sacrifice your dreams just to avoid criticism? Probably not. Then why live that way now? Life is too short to become a prisoner of someone else's expectations. Protect your time. Protect your mind. Protect your purpose. These are treasures no one can replace once they are wasted. As you continue your journey, remember this. Be kind, but never weak. Be generous, but never allow yourself to be used. Be respectful, but never surrender your dignity. Speak with honesty, even when your voice trembles. Walk away when peace demands it. Stand firm when your values are tested. Forgive, but never forget the lessons pain has taught you. Most importantly, become the kind of person whose happiness comes from within, not from the applause of the crowd. Because when your peace depends on your own character instead of other people's opinions, you become truly free. You no longer fear rejection. You no longer chase approval. You no longer apologize for becoming the person you were meant to be. That is the quiet power of Stoicism. It does not promise an easy life. It promises a stronger mind. A calmer heart. A life guided by wisdom instead of fear. As you leave this video, remember one simple truth. The world doesn't need another person pretending to be nice just to be accepted. It needs people with the courage to be kind, honest, disciplined, and unwavering in their principles. That is the path of the Stoic. If this message spoke to you, let us know in the comments. What boundary are you ready to set starting today? Your story could inspire someone else to take their first step toward freedom. And if you're ready to keep building an unshakable mind, don't forget to subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoicism, timeless wisdom, and practical lessons that will help you master yourself and live with purpose. Have you ever given someone your kindness, your time, your loyalty, only to realize they never valued any of it? Imagine waking up one day and discovering that the very things you freely handed out became the weapons used against you. The Stoics warned about this thousands of years ago. They believed generosity is a virtue, but giving away what should be protected leads to suffering. Today you'll discover 5 things a Stoic never gives away, no matter who is asking. Stay until the end because the final one is the reason many people lose their peace without even realizing it. There is a difference between being kind and being careless. Modern society often tells us to give everything we have to everyone around us. Give your attention. Give your approval. Give endless chances. Give your peace away just to avoid conflict. But Stoicism teaches the opposite. Protect what is valuable. Give wisely. Keep your character stronger than your emotions. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself every morning that he would meet people who were selfish, dishonest, jealous, and ungrateful. Yet he never allowed those people to steal his inner peace. Why? Because he understood something powerful. No one can take what you refuse to surrender. One afternoon, an old craftsman was carving wood outside his small workshop. Every day, people passed by criticizing his work. Some laughed. Some said his designs were outdated. Others told him to copy newer styles that would make him richer. The old man simply smiled and continued carving. A young apprentice finally asked, "Why don't you argue with them?" The craftsman answered, "If I spend my day convincing strangers, I will never finish creating my masterpiece." That is Stoicism. Your energy belongs to your purpose, not to everyone's opinion. The first thing you should never give anyone is your inner peace. Peace is more valuable than money because money can return after it is lost. Peace often takes years to rebuild. Think about how many nights people lose because of one rude comment. One betrayal. One rejection. One disagreement. The event lasts only a few minutes, but the mind repeats it for weeks. The Stoics believe that events themselves do not disturb us. Our judgments about them do. Imagine a woman who is insulted by a stranger while walking home. She spends the next 3 days replaying the moment in her head. Every meal tastes worse. She sleeps poorly. She becomes angry at everyone around her. Now imagine another person hearing the exact same insult. He pauses, smiles slightly, and continues walking. The insult was identical. The suffering was not. The difference was not the world. The difference was the mind. People will always have opinions. They will misunderstand you. They will criticize your dreams. They will question your decisions. If every opinion controls your emotions, your happiness will forever belong to strangers. The Stoic understands that peace is an inside job. Every morning you choose whether someone else controls your day. Every evening you choose whether yesterday's problems deserve another night inside your mind. The choice is always yours. There is a beautiful story about a philosopher who was publicly insulted in front of a crowd. Everyone waited for him to react. Instead, he calmly asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you refuse to accept it, who does the gift belong to?" The crowd answered, "The person offering it." He smiled. The same is true of insults. Not every battle deserves your attention. Not every opinion deserves your response. Not every person deserves access to your peace. When you stop reacting to everything, people begin to notice something different about you. Your silence becomes louder than their anger. Your calm becomes stronger than their chaos. Your confidence grows because it no longer depends on applause. Protect your peace the way a king protects his kingdom. Because once peace is gone, everything else becomes harder. The second thing you should never give away is your self-respect. Many people trade their dignity for acceptance. They laugh at jokes that humiliate them. They apologize for things they never did. They stay where they are constantly disrespected because they fear being alone. The Stoics would say that losing yourself to please others is one of the greatest failures of character. There was once a young employee who desperately wanted everyone in his office to like him. Whenever someone asked him to stay late, he agreed. Whenever someone pushed their work onto him, he accepted. Whenever someone spoke to him disrespectfully, he stayed silent because he wanted to avoid conflict. Months later, he was exhausted. The people he tried so hard to impress respected him even less. One day an older coworker pulled him aside. "You've spent so much time trying to be liked," he said, "that you've forgotten how to be respected." Those words changed everything. The young man began politely saying no when necessary. He stopped apologizing for having healthy boundaries. He focused on doing excellent work instead of chasing approval. Something surprising happened. The people who truly mattered respected him far more than before. Self-respect begins the moment approval stops becoming your addiction. The Stoics believed your worth comes from your character, not from popularity. Never lower your standards just because someone threatens to leave. Never betray your principles because someone promises temporary rewards. Never shrink yourself just to fit inside another person's expectations. The people who genuinely belong in your life will never require you to lose yourself to keep them. Remember this. Respect earned by pretending is temporary. Respect earned through character lasts a lifetime. The third thing you should never give to anyone is your time without purpose. Time is the only possession that cannot be replaced. If someone steals your money, you may earn it back. If you lose an opportunity, another one may come. But every hour that passes is gone forever. This is why the Stoics treated time as life's greatest treasure. Seneca once reminded us that it is not that life is short, but that we waste much of it. Most people protect their wallets more carefully than they protect their calendars. They hesitate to lend a small amount of money but freely hand over entire afternoons to meaningless conversations, endless scrolling, and people who only call when they need something. Picture a young man with a dream of becoming a successful architect. Every evening he planned to study, improve his skills, and work toward his future. But each night, friends invited him out. "Come with us," they would say. "You can study tomorrow." Tomorrow became next week. Next week became next month. Years later, one friend asked him, "Whatever happened to your dream?" He had no answer. His dream didn't disappear because he lacked talent. It disappeared because he kept giving away the hours that were supposed to build it. This is how purpose quietly dies, not in one dramatic moment, but through thousands of small compromises. A Stoic understands that saying yes to everything means saying no to something greater. Every unnecessary distraction steals time from your health. Every pointless argument steals time from your family. Every hour spent chasing approval steals time from becoming the person you were meant to be. Protect your schedule the way a gardener protects a growing tree. Remove the weeds before they choke what matters most. When someone asks for your time, ask yourself a simple question: will this move my life forward, or simply keep me busy? Being busy is not the same as being productive. Many people run all day and accomplish nothing meaningful. The Stoics valued deliberate action. They believed every day should bring you closer to wisdom, virtue, and purpose. Imagine reaching the end of your life and realizing you spent more time pleasing strangers than building your own future. That is a regret no amount of success can erase. Guard your time. Spend it on learning. Spend it on improving. Spend it with people who inspire you to become better. Because your future is built 1 hour at a time. The fourth thing you should never give away is your identity. One of the greatest tragedies is watching someone slowly become a stranger to themselves. It rarely happens overnight. It begins with changing your opinions so others will agree with you. Then you hide your real personality because you're afraid of rejection. Eventually, you wake up one day wondering who you really are. There is an old story about an eagle's egg that accidentally ended up in a chicken's nest. The eagle hatched among chickens. It scratched the ground. It clucked. It believed it could never fly because everyone around it said flying was impossible. One day an old eagle soared high above the farm. The young eagle looked up in amazement. "What is that magnificent bird?" it asked. "Don't look at it," the chickens replied. "That's an eagle. We could never be like that." The young eagle believed them. It lived and died thinking it was just another chicken. Many people do exactly the same thing. They allow the opinions of ordinary minds to define extraordinary potential. Stoicism teaches that your identity should come from your values, not from the crowd. Be honest even when dishonesty is rewarded. Be disciplined when laziness becomes popular. Be courageous when everyone else chooses comfort. Do not become someone you dislike just to gain temporary acceptance. The strongest people in history were often misunderstood. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet he constantly reminded himself to remain humble. Epictetus was born a slave, yet no one could enslave his character. Their circumstances differed completely, but both refused to let the world decide who they would become. Remember this whenever you feel pressured to fit in. You were not born to copy everyone else. You were born to master yourself. And that journey begins the moment you stop giving away your identity to people who have not even discovered their own. Anyone is your power to choose. This is the lesson that holds every other Stoic principle together. People often believe freedom means doing whatever they want. The Stoics saw freedom differently. To them, true freedom was the ability to choose your response no matter what happened around you. Someone can insult you. Someone can betray you. Someone can leave you. Someone can lie about you. But none of those people can force you to become bitter unless you hand them that power. Epictetus taught that there are things within our control and things outside our control. Wisdom begins when we learn the difference. Imagine a captain sailing across the sea. He cannot command the wind. He cannot stop the waves. He cannot control the storm. But he can control his hands on the wheel. He can adjust the sails. He can decide whether fear or courage guides his next move. Life works the same way. You cannot control how people treat you. You cannot control the economy. You cannot control yesterday. But you can control today's decision. You can choose discipline over excuses. You can choose gratitude over resentment. You can choose patience over anger. Every choice shapes your character. There was once a successful businessman who lost nearly everything in a financial crisis. His friends expected him to collapse under the pressure. Instead, he calmly began rebuilding his life one small step at a time. Someone finally asked him, "How are you so calm after losing so much?" He smiled and replied, "I lost money. I refuse to lose myself." That single decision changed everything. Within a few years, he had rebuilt his business. But the greatest victory was not the wealth he regained. It was the strength he discovered. The Stoics believed that hardship does not reveal weakness. It reveals where strength still needs to grow. Every challenge is an invitation to become wiser. Every disappointment is an opportunity to practice patience. Every setback is a chance to prove that your character is stronger than your circumstances. Stop giving people the power to decide how you feel about yourself. If someone refuses to appreciate your kindness, continue being kind, but do not chase their approval. If someone misunderstands your intentions, explain yourself once if necessary, then move forward with peace. If someone walks away from your life, bless them silently and keep walking toward your purpose. Your destiny should never depend on people who cannot recognize your value. One of the greatest examples of Stoic strength comes from Marcus Aurelius. Despite leading one of the largest empires in history, he faced betrayal, war, disease, and constant pressure. Yet every night he reminded himself that his greatest responsibility was not controlling Rome, it was controlling his own mind. That is true power. Not controlling others. Not winning every argument. Not proving everyone wrong. But mastering yourself. Imagine two trees growing side by side. The first tree grows quickly because the weather is perfect. The second tree survives years of storms, powerful winds, and long seasons of drought. When another storm finally arrives, the first tree breaks. The second tree remains standing. Why? Because every hardship strengthened its roots. Your struggles are doing the same for you. The difficult conversations. The disappointments. The failures. The lonely seasons. They are building roots that comfort never could. So the next time life becomes difficult, don't ask, "Why is this happening to me?" Ask, "What is this teaching me?" That single question changes everything. The Stoics understood that every challenge contains a hidden lesson. Every obstacle carries an opportunity. Every hardship offers a chance to become calmer, wiser, and stronger. As we finish, remember these 5 things you should never give away. Never give away your inner peace because it is the foundation of your happiness. Never give away your self-respect because your dignity is worth more than anyone's approval. Never give away your time without purpose because your future is built with today's hours. Never give away your identity because your character is your greatest possession. And never give away your power to choose because that is the one thing no person can take unless you surrender it willingly. One day people will ask why you remain calm when everyone else is panicking. Why you keep moving forward when others give up. Why criticism no longer controls your emotions. The answer will be simple. You stopped giving away the things that mattered most. If this message spoke to you, share your biggest lesson in the comments. Your words might encourage someone who is struggling today. If you want more timeless wisdom that helps you build discipline, confidence, and inner peace, subscribe to Stoic Ascension and become part of a community dedicated to mastering life through Stoicism. If everything around you collapsed today, would you collapse with it? Most people think strength means never getting hurt. A Stoic knows the truth. Strength means getting hit by life and refusing to let life decide who you become. If you stay until the end, you'll discover timeless Stoic principles that can make you mentally unbreakable. And if you're ready to master yourself, subscribe to Stoic Ascension, leave a comment about the lesson that speaks to you most, and share this video with someone who needs it. Nothing can break you if you stop giving the outside world control over your inner world. Imagine an old oak tree standing on a lonely hill. Year after year, storms crash against it. Lightning strikes nearby. Winds bend its branches until they almost touch the ground. Yet when morning comes, the tree still stands. It doesn't argue with the storm. It doesn't beg the wind for mercy. It simply holds on to its roots. That is the image the Stoics wanted us to carry in our minds. Life will bring storms. People will disappoint you. Plans will fail. Money may disappear. Relationships may end. Your health may be tested. But none of these events have the power to destroy your character unless you hand them that power. The philosopher taught that the greatest fortress is a disciplined mind. A person who controls their thoughts cannot easily be defeated because they have learned that peace comes from within, not from circumstances. A young blacksmith once worked under a demanding master. Every day, the master criticized his work. The apprentice felt humiliated and thought about quitting. One evening an older craftsman told him, "The hammer isn't trying to destroy the steel. It is revealing its strength." Years later, that apprentice became the finest blacksmith in the village. Looking back, he realized the criticism that once felt unbearable had shaped him into someone capable of excellence. Life often feels like the hammer. But perhaps it is simply revealing what you are made of. When people insult you, they are offering you a choice. You can accept their words as truth, or you can recognize that another person's opinion is only noise unless you make it your identity. Imagine carrying a backpack. Every insult is a stone someone tries to place inside. Most people pick up every stone until the weight becomes unbearable. The Stoic simply smiles and leaves the stone on the ground. Not because they are weak. Because they understand that carrying unnecessary weight is a choice. There was once a traveler walking through a crowded marketplace. A stranger shouted insults at him, hoping for a fight. The traveler bowed politely and continued walking. His friend later asked, "Why didn't you answer him?" The traveler replied, "If someone offers you a gift and you refuse it, who still owns the gift?" The insult remained with the man who gave it. That is emotional freedom. One of the greatest lies we believe is that pain is the enemy. Pain is often the teacher we never asked for but desperately needed. A sculptor begins with a rough block of stone. Every strike of the chisel looks violent. Tiny pieces fall away. If the stone could speak, it might think it was being destroyed. Instead, it is becoming a masterpiece. Your hardships are chisels. They remove fear. They remove arrogance. They remove comfort that has made you weak. Eventually, they reveal someone stronger than the person you used to be. Think about the hardest season of your life. At the time, it probably felt unfair. Maybe you lost someone you loved. Maybe you failed when everyone expected you to succeed. Maybe you felt abandoned. Now ask yourself a different question. What qualities were born because of that experience? Patience? Wisdom? Compassion? Courage? Many of the greatest strengths we possess arrive wearing the disguise of suffering. The Stoics never prayed for easy lives. They prayed for stronger minds. There lived an elderly fisherman whose boat was destroyed during a violent storm. Neighbors assumed his life was over because fishing was his only source of income. Instead of complaining, he began repairing old boats for other fishermen. Months later, he earned more than he ever had at sea. The storm did not end his life. It redirected it. Sometimes the thing that feels like the end is quietly becoming the beginning. Nothing can break you if you stop demanding that life always goes your way. Reality owes us nothing. The sun rises whether we are happy or sad. Rain falls on the rich and the poor alike. Accepting reality is not surrender. It is clarity. The moment you stop arguing with reality, you save enormous amounts of energy. That energy can finally be used to improve your situation instead of resenting it. Imagine rowing against a powerful river. No matter how hard you struggle, exhaustion eventually wins. Now imagine turning your boat and using the current wisely. The river has not changed. Your relationship with it has. This is what acceptance looks like. A farmer planted seeds during a season of drought. Weeks passed with no rain. His neighbors mocked him for wasting effort. Yet he continued caring for the soil every morning. When rain finally arrived, only his field was prepared to receive it. Opportunity often favors those who continue preparing even when results are invisible. The Stoic works faithfully regardless of immediate rewards. Another lesson that makes you impossible to break is mastering your reactions. Events happen. Your reaction is your responsibility. This sounds simple until life tests you. Someone lies about you. A business fails. A friend betrays your trust. A stranger insults you. Your first emotion may arrive automatically. But your second response belongs to you. Between the event and the response exists a tiny space. Inside that space lives your freedom. The people who master that space become nearly impossible to control. A king once hired 2 servants. One panicked whenever problems appeared. The other paused, took a deep breath, and quietly searched for solutions. Years later, the calm servant became the king's chief advisor. Not because he faced fewer problems. Because problems never stole his judgment. Calm is a competitive advantage. In today's world, everyone reacts instantly. The Stoic responds deliberately. There is a profound difference. The strongest people are rarely the loudest. Mountains do not announce their greatness. The ocean does not brag about its depth. True strength has no need for applause. Imagine 2 candles. One burns brightly only when everyone is watching. The other quietly lights empty rooms where no audience exists. Which candle truly understands its purpose? Many people chase recognition more than excellence. The Stoic chases excellence even if nobody notices. Ironically, genuine respect often follows those who stop seeking it. A young musician played every evening in a quiet corner of the city. Few people stopped to listen. Years passed. His skill became extraordinary. Eventually, crowds gathered. When someone asked how he remained motivated during the lonely years, he answered, "I wasn't practicing for applause. I was practicing to become someone worthy of mastery." That mindset changes everything. Nothing can break someone who values growth more than validation. Fear is another prison. Most fears never happen. Yet they steal years from our lives. The Stoics practiced imagining challenges before they arrived. Not to become pessimistic. To become prepared. Imagine a soldier training before battle. He sweats during practice so he can remain calm during combat. Preparation transforms panic into confidence. A merchant once feared losing his wealth every single day. He barely slept. An older philosopher advised him to spend 1 week living simply. Eat plain food. Wear simple clothes. Walk instead of riding. After the week ended, the merchant smiled. He realized he could survive with far less than he imagined. His fear disappeared. Sometimes freedom begins when you discover you need less than you thought. Gratitude also makes you stronger. People often believe gratitude belongs only in moments of comfort. The Stoics practiced gratitude especially during hardship. Why? Because gratitude shifts attention from what is missing to what remains. Even during difficult seasons, something still exists. Your breath. Your mind. Another sunrise. Another opportunity. Another lesson. A prisoner once spent years isolated from society. Instead of counting what he had lost, he counted what remained. His imagination. His memories. His hope. These small treasures kept him mentally alive. The body may be trapped. The mind does not have to be. Nothing can break gratitude because gratitude refuses to surrender its vision. Comparison quietly destroys inner peace. Someone else always seems richer. Smarter. More attractive. More successful. The race never ends. The Stoic competes only against yesterday's version of themselves. Imagine climbing a mountain. If you constantly stare at someone climbing another mountain, you'll miss your own path and eventually fall. Focus on your climb. Your pace. Your progress. That is enough. A gardener planted roses while his neighbor planted fruit trees. Each secretly wished for the other's garden. Years later, they realized both gardens were beautiful in different ways. Comparison had blinded them to their own blessings. Protect your attention. Where attention goes, your life follows. Patience is another form of strength. Modern culture worships speed. The Stoics respected endurance. A bamboo seed spends years growing roots underground before rising above the surface. People who see only the surface think growth happened overnight. They never witnessed the invisible work. Your unseen discipline matters. Every workout. Every book. Every quiet decision to stay calm. Every temptation resisted. Every promise kept. These invisible victories eventually become visible character. A stonecutter strikes a rock dozens of times without seeing a crack. Then suddenly, the stone splits. It was never the final strike alone. It was every strike before it. Do not underestimate consistent effort. Nothing can break persistent discipline. There was once an elderly woman who baked bread every morning before sunrise. For decades she repeated the same routine. When asked how she avoided boredom, she smiled. I am not repeating yesterday. I am honoring today. Greatness often hides inside ordinary habits performed with extraordinary consistency. The Stoics believed your habits build your destiny one quiet day at a time. Forgiveness is another unexpected source of strength. Holding hatred feels powerful at first. Eventually it becomes exhausting. Resentment is like drinking poison while expecting someone else to become sick. The Stoic forgives not because others deserve it, but because inner peace deserves protection. A traveler carried a sack of burning coals hoping to throw them at an enemy. Hours passed. His hands became blistered. Long before reaching the enemy, he had already injured himself. Anger often works the same way. Release it. Not for them. For yourself. Silence is powerful. Many battles disappear when you refuse to participate. Imagine a lake. Throw stones into it and waves appear. Leave it undisturbed and it reflects the sky perfectly. Your mind works the same way. Every unnecessary argument disturbs your inner clarity. Choose silence whenever words would only create more chaos. People may mistake silence for weakness. Eventually they discover it was self-control. And self-control is one of the rarest forms of power. There once was a judge famous for making wise decisions. Whenever angry people argued before him, he remained completely silent for several moments. One visitor asked why. The judge answered, "Silence gives wisdom enough time to arrive." Those extra moments changed countless lives. Your future depends less on what happens to you and more on the habits you choose today. Every sunrise offers another chance to become slightly stronger. Slightly calmer. Slightly wiser. Small improvements compound into extraordinary transformation. Imagine water flowing over stone. One drop seems insignificant. Millions of drops reshape mountains. Never underestimate the quiet power of daily effort. You are not defined by your worst mistake. You are not defined by your biggest failure. You are not defined by another person's opinion. You are defined by what you repeatedly choose after those moments. Every setback asks one question. Who will you become now? That answer belongs only to you. A young runner lost an important race by falling just before the finish line. Embarrassed, he considered giving up forever. His grandfather handed him a cracked clay cup. The old man said, "This cup still holds water despite its cracks." Why should you believe one fall means you can no longer carry your purpose? The runner returned to training. Years later, he won championships. He kept the cracked cup on his shelf for the rest of his life as a reminder that imperfection never cancels purpose. Remember this whenever life feels overwhelming. You have survived every difficult day that once convinced you life was over. You are still here. Still breathing. Still learning. Still becoming. That alone is evidence of remarkable resilience. The Stoic path is not about becoming emotionless. It is about becoming unshakable. You will still feel sadness. You will still experience disappointment. You will still face uncertainty. But none of those experiences will own you. They will pass through your life without taking your identity with them. Like the mountain standing through every season, you remain rooted. Like the oak surviving every storm, you remain grounded. Like the blacksmith's steel growing stronger beneath the hammer, you become harder to break with every challenge. Nothing can break the person who refuses to surrender their character. Nothing can break the person who chooses wisdom over impulse. Nothing can break the person who treats hardship as training instead of punishment. Nothing can break the person who understands that true strength begins inside. So when tomorrow tests you, remember this moment. Stand tall. Breathe deeply. Respond with wisdom. Protect your peace. Guard your character. And keep moving forward because every challenge you overcome is another brick in the fortress of your mind. And when the world tells you to become bitter, become wiser instead. There is a quiet strength that few people ever discover. It cannot be bought, borrowed, or inherited. It is earned in the moments when nobody is watching. It is built every time you choose discipline over comfort, patience over anger, and purpose over distraction. Imagine a lighthouse standing on a rocky coast. Day and night, waves crash against it. Storms surround it. Thick fog hides everything beyond a few feet. Yet the lighthouse never chases the waves. It never argues with the storm. It simply continues to shine. That is how a Stoic lives. Your job is not to control every storm. Your job is to keep your light burning. There was once a teacher whose students constantly tested his patience. Some laughed during lessons. Others ignored his advice. One day, A visitor asked why he never became angry. The teacher smiled and pointed to a candle on his desk. Does this candle stop giving light because someone insults it? The visitor shook his head. Then why should I stop being who I choose to be because of someone else's behavior? That answer stayed with the visitor for the rest of his life. Too many people allow others to decide their mood. One rude comment ruins an entire day. One failure destroys years of confidence. One rejection convinces them they are worthless. The Stoics refused to live this way. They understood that your value is not determined by applause or criticism. Gold remains gold whether it is praised or ignored. Your character remains valuable even when nobody recognizes it. Every challenge asks the same question. Will this experience make you weaker or wiser? The answer is never hidden inside the event. It is hidden inside your response. Picture two sailors caught in the same violent storm. One curses the sea and blames the wind. The other adjusts the sails and studies the waves. Both face the same storm. Only one reaches the shore. The difference was never the weather. The difference was the mindset. Life rewards those who adapt instead of complain. One of the greatest forms of freedom is learning to enjoy simplicity. Modern society constantly whispers that happiness is one purchase away. A bigger house. A newer phone. More followers. More attention. But the Stoics knew that the more your happiness depends on external things, the more fragile your happiness becomes. There lived an old man in a small village who owned very little. His home was simple. His clothes were worn. Yet everyone noticed that he smiled more than the wealthiest people around him. When asked why he always seemed peaceful, he answered, "I stopped counting what I don't have and started appreciating what I do." His wealth was invisible. It was contentment. And nobody could steal it. Nothing can break someone who has learned to be satisfied with enough. Another lesson the Stoics understood is that every difficult person becomes an opportunity to practice virtue. Think about the person who constantly annoys you. Perhaps they are arrogant. Perhaps they gossip. Perhaps they try to provoke you. Instead of asking, why are they like this? Ask, what quality can I strengthen because they exist? Patience. Self-control. Compassion. Discipline. Your enemies often become your greatest teachers without realizing it. A warrior once trained with heavy wooden swords instead of sharp steel. People laughed at him. But when real battle came, his ordinary sword felt incredibly light. Likewise, difficult people train your emotional muscles. If you remain calm around chaos, ordinary life becomes much easier. The Stoics also believed that death should not be feared but remembered. Not because life is meaningless. Because life becomes more meaningful when you remember it is temporary. Imagine receiving a letter telling you that you have only 1 year left to live. Would you waste hours arguing online? Would you spend weeks worrying about someone else's opinion? Would you postpone your dreams again? Probably not. You would begin living with urgency. The Stoics carried this awareness every day. Not to become afraid, but to become awake. Every sunrise is a gift. Every conversation could be your last. Every act of kindness matters. Every moment deserves your full attention. A father once promised his daughter that he would always make time for her. Years passed, and work became his excuse. I'll play tomorrow. We'll go next week. Maybe next month. Then one day he realized she had grown up. The little girl who once waited excitedly at the door no longer asked. Time had quietly done what no enemy could. It had taken away opportunities that would never return. Do not wait for the perfect moment. Life is happening now. If there is someone you love, tell them. If there is a dream inside you, begin. If there is forgiveness to give, give it. The future is never guaranteed. Only this moment truly belongs to you. As we come to the end of this journey, remember one final truth. You are far stronger than you think. Every scar you carry tells a story of survival. Every disappointment taught a lesson. Every obstacle built another layer of resilience. The person you are becoming is being shaped by every challenge you refuse to let defeat you. One day, someone else will look at your calmness during a difficult season and wonder how you stayed so strong. They won't see the nights you doubted yourself. They won't see the failures that taught you resilience. They won't see the countless moments you chose discipline over despair. But you will know. And that knowledge will be enough. Walk through life with quiet confidence. Not because you believe nothing bad will happen. But because you know that whatever happens, you have the strength to face it. The storm may shake the trees. It may darken the sky. It may test every part of you. But remember this. Storms do not last forever. Character does. So keep your mind steady. Keep your heart humble. Keep your actions honorable. And no matter what life places in your path, never forget this timeless Stoic truth. Nothing can break a person who has mastered themselves. Before you leave, carry this thought with you. Years from now, people may forget your achievements. They may forget the money you earned. They may even forget the words you spoke. But they will never forget how you carried yourself when life became difficult. Anyone can smile when everything is going well. Anyone can appear confident when success comes easily. The true measure of a person is revealed when the path disappears, when hope feels distant, and when every reason to quit stands directly in front of them. That is where the Stoic rises. There was once a stone bridge that connected two villages. Every day, thousands of people crossed it. Children ran across it. Merchants loaded it with heavy carts. Travelers walked over it without giving it a second thought. Year after year, storms flooded the river below. The winds battered the bridge. The scorching sun cracked its surface. Still, it remained. No one praised the bridge for holding firm. It simply continued doing what it was built to do. Be like that bridge. Do not seek recognition for your strength. Become so dependable that your character speaks louder than your words. There will be mornings when motivation disappears. On those days, do not rely on feelings. Rely on discipline. Feelings change like the weather. Discipline becomes your compass. A farmer does not stop planting because he doesn't feel inspired. A musician does not stop practicing because the mood is gone. A craftsman does not abandon his work because the task has become difficult. They continue. Not because it is easy. Because consistency creates greatness. The Stoics understood something modern society often forgets. Freedom is not doing whatever you want. Freedom is becoming the kind of person who controls what they want. If anger controls you, you are not free. If comfort controls you, you are not free. If fear controls you, you are not free. Real freedom begins the moment your principles become stronger than your impulses. Imagine a rider on a powerful horse. Without training, the horse runs wherever it pleases. It chases every distraction. It fears every loud sound. It refuses every command. But with patience and discipline, horse and rider move as one. Your mind is the same. Train it daily. Guide it gently. Correct it consistently. Over time, it becomes your greatest ally instead of your greatest obstacle. Never underestimate the power of a peaceful mind. A peaceful mind notices opportunities where others see only problems. A peaceful mind hears criticism without losing confidence. A peaceful mind remains hopeful while others surrender to despair. That kind of peace cannot be purchased. It must be practiced. Every day offers another opportunity. Another chance to respond with wisdom. Another chance to forgive. Another chance to improve. Another chance to become the person your future self will thank you for becoming. Do not chase perfection. Chase progress. Some days you will move forward with confidence. Other days you will crawl. Keep moving anyway. The mountain does not care how quickly you climb. It only rewards those who refuse to stop climbing. One day, without even realizing it, you'll notice something remarkable. The things that once made you anxious no longer disturb you. The insults that once hurt now sound empty. The setbacks that once seemed unbearable become ordinary challenges. The fears that once controlled your decisions begin to lose their power. You won't become unbreakable overnight. You'll become unbreakable one decision at a time. One disciplined morning. One calm response. One forgiven mistake. One courageous step. One quiet victory that nobody else sees. And those unseen victories will eventually shape a life that no hardship can destroy. So whenever life whispers, "You can't handle this," answer with action instead of argument. Stand up. Take the next step. Breathe deeply. Stay true to your values. Because every challenge you survive becomes proof that you are stronger than the one before it. Remember this whenever doubt enters your mind. You have overcome challenges you once believed would defeat you forever. You survived days you thought you would never survive. You found strength you never knew existed. That same strength is still within you today. Protect it. Strengthen it. Live by it. And no matter what tomorrow brings, carry yourself with the quiet confidence of someone who knows that while circumstances may change, character endures. Thank you for spending this time with Stoic Ascension. If this message inspired you, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with someone who needs encouragement today. Leave a comment below with the words, "Nothing can break me," if you're committed to building an unshakable mind. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic wisdom to help you live with courage, discipline, resilience, and inner peace. Until our next journey together, remember. The strongest walls are not built from stone. The strongest fortress is the mind that refuses to surrender. Have you ever noticed that the moment you stop reacting, people begin to lose their power over you? The greatest strength is not found in shouting louder, proving yourself, or winning every argument. It is found in something much quieter, something so powerful that most people completely overlook it. Ignoring. Not because you are weak. Not because you don't care. But because you have finally realized that your peace is more valuable than someone else's opinion. Today, you'll discover why the strongest people aren't the loudest. They're the ones who know exactly what deserves their attention, and what deserves absolutely nothing. Before we begin, tell me in the comments, what is one thing you are choosing to ignore from today forward? I'd love to read your thoughts. And if you're ready to master your emotions and build unshakable inner strength, subscribe to Stoic Ascension, because every video is designed to help you become calmer, wiser, and mentally stronger. Now, imagine carrying a bucket filled with clean water. Every person you argue with throws a handful of dirt into it. Some criticize you. Some insult you. Some doubt your dreams. Some laugh at your failures. Every reaction is another handful of mud. Soon, the water becomes so cloudy that you can no longer see your own reflection. That is exactly what happens to the mind. The Stoics understood something that modern life keeps trying to make us forget. Attention is your most valuable possession. Whatever receives your attention begins to control your emotions. If someone can make you angry with a few careless words, they are controlling your peace. If one rude comment ruins your day, they have stolen hours of your life. Ignoring isn't pretending something doesn't exist. Ignoring is making a conscious decision that certain things are simply not worth renting space inside your mind. There is an old story about a traveler walking through a village. As he passed by, a man began insulting him. The insults continued for several minutes. The traveler never stopped walking. Confused, another villager ran after him and asked, "Didn't you hear what he was saying?" The traveler smiled. "I heard every word." "Then why didn't you answer?" He replied, If someone offers you a gift and you refuse to accept it, who does the gift belong to? The person offering it. Exactly. The insults remained with the man who spoke them. The traveler kept his peace. This is the first lesson. Not every invitation deserves acceptance. Especially invitations to anger. People often believe strength means having the perfect comeback. The Stoics believed strength meant not needing one. Think about how much energy is wasted every single day trying to convince people who have already decided not to understand us. Some arguments have no finish line. Some people don't want truth. They want conflict. Every response you give becomes fuel for another attack. Ignoring is not surrender. It is refusing to feed a fire that was never yours to keep alive. One afternoon, a young student visited his teacher carrying obvious frustration. They keep talking about me. They criticize everything I do. No matter how hard I work, someone always finds a reason to complain. The teacher handed him a heavy backpack filled with stones. Carry this around the village. After only an hour, the student returned exhausted. It is too heavy. The teacher quietly removed several stones. How does it feel now? Much lighter. The teacher smiled. The criticism was never the backpack. Your decision to carry every opinion was. Many of us spend years carrying emotional stones that were never ours. A stranger's opinion. An old insult. A family member's expectations. A coworker's jealousy. A friend's betrayal. The weight grows until life itself feels exhausting. Ignoring is setting the backpack down. Not because life became easier. Because you became wiser. One of the hardest truths to accept is this. You cannot control what people say. You cannot control what they think. You cannot control whether they like you. The only thing completely within your control is your response. That single choice determines whether you become their prisoner. Or remain free. Think of the ocean. Waves crash against the rocks every single day. The rocks never chase the waves. They never argue. They never demand respect. They simply remain. That quiet stability is true power. The Stoics admired nature because nature never struggles to prove itself. The sun never argues with the clouds. The mountain never defends itself against the wind. The tree doesn't become angry because birds leave its branches. Everything simply fulfills its purpose. Perhaps our greatest suffering comes from forgetting ours. Social media has made ignoring feel almost impossible. Every notification competes for attention. Every comment demands a reaction. Every disagreement feels like a battle that must be won. But ask yourself something. How many of those conversations will matter 1 year from now? Most won't matter next week. Yet people lose sleep over words typed by strangers they'll never meet. That is the cost of misplaced attention. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that other people's actions belong to them. Your actions belong to you. When someone chooses disrespect, they reveal their character. When you choose calmness, you reveal yours. There was once an old gardener known throughout his town for his peaceful nature. Children sometimes mocked him. Neighbors occasionally laughed at his worn clothes. Travelers questioned why he never defended himself. One day someone finally asked him directly. Why do you never answer the people who insult you? The old man continued watering his flowers before speaking. If I stop caring for my garden every time someone throws weeds over the fence, eventually I won't have a garden. He looked at the blooming flowers. My job isn't to manage weeds. My job is to grow flowers. How beautiful that lesson is. Most people spend their lives studying weeds. The Stoic studies the garden. Every minute spent feeding anger is a minute stolen from becoming wiser. Every unnecessary argument delays your own growth. Imagine how much stronger your life could become if every ounce of energy spent proving yourself were invested in improving yourself instead. That is the hidden power of ignoring. It doesn't just protect your peace. It multiplies your progress. Because while others waste time arguing, you are learning. While others seek revenge, you are becoming stronger. While others obsess over opinions, you are building a life that speaks louder than words. And eventually, something remarkable happens. The same people who once laughed begin wondering why nothing seems to shake you anymore. They expected reactions. Instead, they found silence. Not empty silence. Confident silence. The kind of silence that only comes from someone who has discovered that peace is more valuable than victory. That is when ignoring becomes more than a habit. It becomes freedom. There comes a moment in every person's life when they realize that not every battle deserves to be fought. Until that moment, life feels like an endless competition. Every insult demands an answer. Every disagreement feels personal. Every criticism seems like a challenge to your worth. But then something changes. You begin to understand that your greatest victories are often the ones no one ever sees. The Stoics believe that the strongest person is not the one who defeats others, but the one who has learned to defeat the urge to react. That lesson sounds simple. Living it is another story. Imagine a blacksmith standing in front of a blazing fire. Each strike of the hammer shapes the metal into something stronger. Now imagine another piece of metal that refuses the fire. It remains unchanged, weak, and easily broken. Life works in much the same way. Every insult, disappointment, betrayal, and misunderstanding is another strike of the hammer. You can allow it to shape your character, or you can let it shatter your peace. The choice has always been yours. There was once a young merchant who had built a successful business. As his success grew, so did the number of people who criticized him. Some said he had become arrogant. Others claimed he didn't deserve his success. Rumors spread through the town until almost everyone had an opinion. At first, the merchant tried to defend himself. He explained. He argued. He corrected every false story. But the rumors only grew. One evening he visited an elderly philosopher and asked, "How do I make them stop talking?" The philosopher smiled gently. "You don't." The merchant looked confused. "You cannot stop birds from flying over your house," the philosopher continued, "but you can stop them from building nests on your roof." The merchant finally understood. People would always speak. But he didn't have to let their words settle inside his mind. From that day forward, he stopped chasing every rumor. Instead, he focused on serving his customers with honesty and excellence. Months later, something surprising happened. The rumors faded on their own. His character had answered every accusation far better than his words ever could. That is the quiet power of consistency. Many people speak loudly. Very few live so well that their actions become undeniable. Your life should become your response. Not your arguments. Not your explanations. Not your anger. Your life. One of the greatest traps in modern life is believing that everyone deserves access to your emotions. They don't. Your peace is valuable. Your attention is valuable. Your time is valuable. Why hand these priceless treasures to people who have done nothing to earn them? Imagine owning a beautiful house. Would you allow every stranger to walk inside, rearrange your furniture, and leave mud across your floors? Of course not. Yet many people allow strangers to do exactly that inside their minds. One negative comment. One rude message. One unfair opinion. Suddenly their entire day is ruined. The Stoics would ask a simple question. Who gave this person permission to control your emotions? Most of the time, the answer is painful. You did. Without realizing it. Every reaction signs another permission slip. Ignoring is taking that permission back. It is saying, my peace is not available for everyone to disturb. That doesn't mean becoming cold. It means becoming wise. Kindness and boundaries can exist together. Compassion and self-respect can walk side by side. The Stoic never ignored what truly mattered. They ignored distractions so they could focus on what mattered most. Think of an archer preparing to shoot an arrow. His eyes remain fixed on the target. People may shout from behind him. The wind may blow. Birds may fly overhead. None of it matters. If he looks away every few seconds, he will miss the target completely. Life demands the same focus. Your dreams are the target. Your purpose is the target. Your character is the target. Everything else is noise. And noise only becomes powerful when you stop aiming. There is a story of an old fisherman who returned to the shore every evening with a smile. Another fisherman noticed that people often mocked him because his boat was old and his clothes were worn. Curious, he asked, "Why don't their words bother you?" The old fisherman laughed softly. "When I go fishing, I only keep the fish worth eating. What do you do with the others?" "I throw them back." The younger fisherman nodded. The old man continued. "I do the same with words. What is useful, I keep. What is useless, I throw back into the sea." How different our lives would become if we practiced the same habit. Not every opinion deserves to be remembered. Not every criticism deserves to be believed. Not every insult deserves a home inside your heart. Keep the lessons. Release the poison. That is wisdom. One of the most misunderstood forms of strength is silence. Many assume silence means fear. The Stoics saw it differently. Silence is often the language of confidence. A lion does not announce its strength before every hunt. The mountain does not remind the valley of its height. The sun does not argue with the darkness. It simply rises. When you know who you are, you stop feeling the need to explain yourself to everyone. That freedom changes everything. People may misunderstand you. Let them. People may underestimate you. Let them. People may judge your decisions without knowing your journey. Let them. Your responsibility is not to control their thoughts. Your responsibility is to live according to your values. The more you chase approval, the further peace slips away. But the moment you stop chasing it, something remarkable happens. You begin to discover yourself. Not the version built by other people's expectations. The real you. The one guided by discipline instead of applause. By purpose instead of popularity. By inner peace instead of constant validation. And once you experience that freedom, you'll wonder why you ever wasted so much energy trying to convince people who had already chosen not to understand you. Because true power has never been found in having the last word. True power is having the last laugh, not through revenge, but through a life well lived. The greatest response to disrespect is becoming someone so focused on growth that distractions no longer have the power to slow you down. Your silence becomes your shield. Your discipline becomes your weapon. Your peace becomes your victory. Perhaps the greatest lesson Stoicism offers is this. Life is too short to give your energy to everything that demands it. Every morning, the world will ask for your attention. Some people will want your anger. Others will want your approval. Some will try to pull you into arguments that have no purpose. Others will criticize choices they never had the courage to make themselves. If you answer every voice, you will never hear your own. The Stoics understood that a peaceful mind is not something you discover. It is something you protect. Just as a gardener removes weeds before they overtake the flowers, you must remove unnecessary distractions before they overtake your life. That means ignoring gossip. Ignoring pointless arguments. Ignoring comparisons. Ignoring insults from people who do not know your heart. Ignoring the temptation to prove yourself to those who have already made up their minds. Every time you do, you make room for something better. More wisdom. More patience. More gratitude. More purpose. There is an old story about a sculptor creating a magnificent statue from a giant block of marble. A young boy watched him for days. Finally, the boy asked, "How did you know the statue was inside the stone?" The sculptor smiled. "I didn't create it. I simply removed everything that didn't belong." The same is true for your character. You don't become stronger by adding more noise to your life. You become stronger by removing what weakens you. Every unnecessary reaction. Every pointless argument. Every grudge. Every fear of other people's opinions. Chip them away. What remains is the person you were always meant to become. Strong. Calm. Focused. Unshakable. That doesn't mean life will suddenly become easy. People will still disappoint you. Plans will still fail. Some days will still test your patience. But your peace will no longer depend on circumstances. It will depend on your character. And character is something no one can take from you without your permission. Imagine standing in the middle of a violent storm. The wind howls. Rain crashes down. Trees bend under the force. Yet deep beneath the surface of the ocean, everything remains calm. The Stoic chooses to live like those deep waters. The surface may be disturbed, but the depths remain peaceful. That kind of peace cannot be bought. It cannot be given by other people. And it cannot be taken away by their opinions. It is earned through discipline. Through self-control. Through choosing your responses instead of reacting to every emotion. Remember this whenever someone tries to provoke you. Their words reveal their character. Your response reveals yours. Do not trade your peace for a temporary victory. Do not sacrifice your future for a moment of revenge. Do not allow someone else's lack of self-control to become your burden. Walk away when walking away protects your soul. Stay silent when silence speaks louder than words. Smile when others expect anger. Grow when others expect revenge. Ignore what does not deserve your attention. Because attention is life. Where your attention goes, your life follows. So give it wisely. Give it to your family. Give it to your purpose. Give it to learning. Give it to becoming healthier. Give it to building a life that reflects your values instead of reacting to other people's opinions. Years from now, no one will remember the argument you won. But they will remember the character you showed. More importantly, you will remember it. Every ignored insult is a victory over your ego. Every peaceful response is a victory over anger. Every disciplined decision is another step toward becoming the person you admire. That is the power of ignoring. It is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is not fear. It is freedom. It is not giving up. It is choosing yourself over chaos. And once you master that choice, you'll discover something extraordinary. Nothing outside of you has the power to destroy the peace you've built within. If this message spoke to you, let us know in the comments. What is one thing you're choosing to ignore from today forward? Your story might inspire someone else who needs to hear it. If you found value in this video, don't forget to like, share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful lessons on Stoicism, self-discipline, and inner strength. Until next time, protect your peace, guard your mind, and remember. The strongest person in the room is often the one who no longer feels the need to react. Imagine waking up tomorrow with a level of focus so sharp that distractions no longer control your day. While everyone else is pulled in 100 directions by notifications, worries, and endless noise, you move with purpose. You finish what you start. You think clearly. You act deliberately. And the most surprising part? The secret isn't a new productivity hack. It's an ancient Stoic principle that has helped people master their minds for centuries. Focus is not about forcing yourself to work harder. It's about learning where your attention belongs and refusing to give it away. The Stoics understood something most people never learn: your attention is your most valuable possession. Once you lose control of it, you lose control of your life. Before we begin, comment below with the word focus if you're committed to strengthening your mind. And if you're new to Stoic Ascension, subscribe and turn on notifications for more powerful Stoic wisdom. One morning, a young man approached a philosopher and complained that he could never stay focused. Every day he made plans, but by afternoon he was distracted. He blamed social media, noisy people, bad luck, and lack of motivation. The philosopher listened carefully. Then he handed the young man a cup filled to the brim with water. Walk through the marketplace without spilling a drop. The young man obeyed. As he walked through the crowded streets, people shouted, merchants argued, children ran past him, and music played from every corner. Yet he stayed focused on the water. When he returned, the philosopher asked, "What did the merchants say?" "I don't know." "What songs were playing?" "I didn't notice." "Did you hear the arguments?" "No." The philosopher smiled. The distractions were there. Your attention simply wasn't. That is the first lesson of focus. Distractions do not control your mind. Your attention decides what deserves your energy. Most people wake up and immediately surrender their attention. They check messages, scroll endlessly, react to news, and consume information before deciding what truly matters. The Stoics did the opposite. Every morning they chose their priorities before the world could choose for them. The Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he would encounter difficult people, unexpected problems, and distractions. By preparing his mind in advance, he remained focused on his purpose instead of reacting emotionally to everything around him. Imagine two archers standing side by side. The first archer constantly looks around. He watches the crowd. He worries about what others think. He compares himself to other archers. The second archer sees only the target. Who is more likely to hit the mark? Life works the same way. When your attention is divided among dozens of concerns, your results become weak. When your attention is concentrated on a single objective, your power increases dramatically. A farmer once planted seeds across rocky ground, dry soil, and fertile earth all at once. None of them grew well because his effort was scattered. The following year he focused on one fertile field. The harvest was extraordinary. Your mind is no different. Scattered effort creates scattered results. Focused effort creates extraordinary outcomes. One of the greatest enemies of focus is emotional reaction. Someone insults you. You think about it all day. A mistake happens. You replay it repeatedly in your mind. Someone succeeds. You compare yourself and lose confidence. Every reaction steals attention from your goals. The Stoics understood that emotional control is mental control. A merchant once lost a shipment during a storm. His competitors panicked and spent weeks complaining about their losses. The merchant simply asked, "What can be done now?" While others wasted energy on frustration, he focused on solutions. Within months he recovered and expanded his business. The storm affected everyone equally. Their responses created different outcomes. Focus grows stronger when you stop feeding unnecessary emotions. Every minute spent replaying an insult is a minute stolen from your future. Every hour spent worrying about things beyond your control is an hour lost forever. The Stoics taught that there are only two categories in life: what you can control and what you cannot. Your thoughts. Your actions. Your effort. Your discipline. These belong to you. Other people's opinions. The past. Unexpected events. The economy. Luck. These do not. The more energy you spend on things outside your control, the weaker your focus becomes. A sailor cannot control the wind. He can only adjust the sails. The best sailors focus entirely on what they can influence. The same principle applies to life. There was once a craftsman known throughout his village for his remarkable work. People often asked how he achieved such quality. His answer was simple. When I carve wood, I carve wood. Nothing else existed in that moment. No worries about tomorrow. No regrets about yesterday. No thoughts about competitors. Only the task before him. This simple mindset transformed ordinary work into extraordinary craftsmanship. Today many people eat while scrolling, work while checking messages, and listen while thinking about something else. Their attention is fragmented. The Stoics would call this a form of self-inflicted weakness. True focus requires complete presence. Wherever you are, be fully there. Whatever you are doing, do it completely. A student once studied for hours but learned very little because his attention constantly drifted. Another studied for just 1 hour with total concentration. The second student learned more because quality of attention matters more than quantity of time. Focus is not measured in hours. It is measured in presence. Another Stoic principle that dramatically improves focus is voluntary discomfort. Modern life encourages comfort at every opportunity. Yet comfort often weakens concentration. A warrior trained by carrying heavy equipment long before battle arrived. Because of this preparation, real combat felt manageable. Similarly, the Stoics deliberately practiced discomfort. They endured cold weather. They accepted hunger occasionally. They embraced challenges willingly. Why? Because a disciplined mind focuses better than an indulgent one. A person who cannot resist checking their phone every few minutes has not trained attention. A person who can sit quietly, work deeply, and remain disciplined develops extraordinary focus. Discomfort strengthens mental muscles. Comfort often weakens them. Consider a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal becomes stronger through heat, pressure, and repeated strikes. Without resistance, the blade remains weak. Your focus develops through resistance too. Every time you resist distraction, your attention becomes stronger. Every time you choose discipline over impulse, your concentration improves. Every time you return your mind to the task at hand, you forge greater mental strength. Many people believe focus means doing more. The Stoics would argue the opposite. Focus often means doing less. A gardener removes weeds so flowers can grow. Likewise, focus improves when unnecessary activities are removed. Ask yourself, what steals my attention? What contributes nothing to my goals? What habits weaken my concentration? Eliminating distractions is often more effective than adding new techniques. A sculptor was once asked how he created such beautiful statues. He replied, I simply remove everything that isn't the statue. Focus works similarly. Remove what doesn't matter. What remains becomes powerful. One day, a traveler met an old man sitting peacefully beneath a tree. The traveler asked, how are you always so calm and focused? The old man smiled. When I walk, I walk. When I eat, I eat. When I rest, I rest. The traveler laughed. Everyone does that. The old man shook his head. No. Most people walk while thinking about eating. Eat while thinking about working. Work while thinking about resting. That wisdom contains a profound truth. Mental energy is wasted whenever your mind lives somewhere other than the present moment. Focus thrives in the present. Distraction thrives everywhere else. The Stoics also practiced reflection. Each evening they reviewed their actions. What did I do well? Where did I lose focus? What can I improve tomorrow? This simple habit creates awareness. Without awareness, improvement becomes impossible. A captain constantly checks his course. Without correction, even a small error can lead far from the destination. Likewise, daily reflection helps keep your attention aligned with your goals. Many people drift through life unconsciously. The Stoics chose deliberate living. Focus requires deliberate living. Imagine carrying a magnifying glass under the sun. When sunlight is scattered, nothing happens. When sunlight is concentrated into a single point, it becomes powerful enough to create fire. Your attention works exactly the same way. Scattered attention produces average results. Concentrated attention creates transformation. The difference between success and failure is often not talent. It is sustained focus. A young athlete dreamed of becoming great. His friends constantly changed interests. One week they wanted to become musicians. The next week entrepreneurs. The next week athletes. Their energy was scattered. The young athlete remained committed to one goal. Years later, he achieved success while others wondered why their dreams never materialized. Consistency creates momentum. Momentum creates mastery. Mastery requires focus. The Stoics understood that life is limited. Every day spent distracted is a day that can never be recovered. This realization wasn't depressing to them. It was motivating. Knowing that time is precious encourages intentional living. A man inherited a fortune and spent it carelessly because he believed it would never run out. Eventually he lost everything. Many people treat their attention the same way. They spend it recklessly. They assume there will always be more time. But attention is life. Where your attention goes, your life follows. Guard it carefully. Protect it fiercely. Direct it wisely. Imagine yourself as the guardian of a great fortress. Every day distractions approach the gates. Some appear harmless. Some seem entertaining. Some promise instant gratification. Yet each one seeks entry into your mind. The Stoic learns to stand watch. Not every thought deserves attention. Not every opinion deserves consideration. Not every distraction deserves a response. The strongest minds are selective. They know that saying no to distractions means saying yes to their purpose. Focus is not a talent you are born with. It is a skill you develop. Every day offers opportunities to strengthen it. Every distraction resisted makes you stronger. Every moment of presence improves your concentration. Every act of discipline sharpens your mind. The path is simple but not easy. Choose purpose over impulse. Choose discipline over comfort. Choose presence over distraction. Choose action over endless reaction. Over time these choices transform not only your focus but your entire life. 1 year from now, you could be the same person struggling with distractions and unfinished goals. Or you could become someone who directs attention with precision, acts with intention, and lives with extraordinary clarity. The choice begins today. The Stoics remind us that greatness is built one decision at a time. One focused hour. One disciplined action. One deliberate choice. Repeated consistently. And there is one final lesson about focus that many people overlook. Most people think focus is about intensity. They try to force themselves into concentration through sheer willpower. They push harder, demand more from themselves, and become frustrated when their attention slips. But the Stoics understood something deeper. Focus is not force. It is direction. Imagine a river. The river does not struggle to reach the ocean. It simply flows in the right direction. Day after day, year after year, it moves forward with steady consistency. Eventually, it carves through mountains and shapes entire landscapes. Your attention should work the same way. You do not need to become obsessed with perfection. You simply need to keep returning your mind to what matters. A young apprentice once worked under a master builder. Every day he made mistakes. Every day his attention wandered. Every day he became frustrated with himself. One afternoon he finally asked the master, "How do I become as focused as you?" The master pointed to a wall they had been building for months. "How was this wall built?" "One brick at a time," the apprentice answered. The master nodded. "And how is focus built?" The apprentice thought for a moment. "1 moment at a time." "Exactly. Focus is not created in a single day. It is built moment by moment. Each time your attention drifts and you bring it back, you lay another brick. Each time you resist distraction, you lay another brick. Each time you choose what matters over what is easy, you lay another brick. Eventually, those bricks become a fortress. One of the greatest challenges in modern life is that distraction has become normal. People are constantly connected but rarely present. They know what strangers are doing across the world but struggle to understand their own thoughts. Their minds are crowded with information yet empty of clarity. The Stoics would remind us that a crowded mind cannot produce a focused life. A jar already filled with sand cannot hold much water. Likewise, a mind filled with endless noise has little room for wisdom. This is why silence is so powerful. Not just physical silence. Mental silence. Moments when you sit without reaching for your phone. Moments when you think without outside influence. Moments when you allow your mind to settle. A king once visited a wise philosopher and asked him the secret to clear thinking. The philosopher handed him a cup of muddy water. Wait. After several minutes, the mud settled and the water became clear. What happened? Asked the king. The water became still. The philosopher smiled. So does the mind. Many answers appear when you stop constantly stirring your thoughts. Focus grows in stillness. Clarity grows in stillness. Wisdom grows in stillness. Another powerful Stoic practice is learning to finish what you start. Many people begin projects with excitement. Few finish them. They chase new opportunities before completing old commitments. They mistake movement for progress. A hunter chasing 2 rabbits catches neither. The Stoics valued completion because completion builds confidence. Every finished task sends a message to your mind. I can trust myself. That trust becomes powerful. When you trust yourself to follow through, focus becomes easier. A young writer dreamed of publishing a book. He spent years planning, researching, and discussing ideas. Yet he never finished a manuscript. Another writer simply wrote a few pages every day. Nothing extraordinary. Just steady effort. Years later, the second writer held a completed book in his hands. Success often belongs to the person who remains focused long enough to finish. Not the person with the most talent. Not the person with the best ideas. The person who stays committed. The Stoics also believe that focus requires courage. Why courage? Because focused people must say no. They say no to distractions. No to unnecessary drama. No to habits that waste time. No to opportunities that don't align with their purpose. And saying no is often uncomfortable. People may not understand. Others may criticize. Some may even call you boring. But every meaningful achievement requires sacrifice. The archer sacrifices every target except the one he aims at. The athlete sacrifices comfort for performance. The craftsman sacrifices shortcuts for quality. The Stoic sacrifices distraction for purpose. That is the price of excellence. And it is a price worth paying. Imagine standing at the end of your life looking back. Would you regret spending less time distracted? Would you regret focusing on what truly mattered? Would you regret developing discipline, clarity, and purpose? Probably not. Most regrets come from neglected priorities. Dreams left unfinished. Talents left undeveloped. Goals abandoned halfway. Focus helps prevent those regrets. It transforms intention into action. It transforms potential into achievement. It transforms ordinary days into meaningful progress. The Stoics often reflected on mortality, not because they were pessimistic, but because they understood its power. Life is finite. Time is limited. Attention is precious. When you remember this, distractions lose much of their appeal. The argument on social media becomes less important. The gossip becomes less interesting. The endless scrolling becomes less attractive. You begin asking a different question. Is this worthy of my life? Because every minute of attention is a piece of your life. And once given away, it cannot be reclaimed. A focused person understands this. They spend attention carefully. Like a wise investor spends money. Only on things that create value. Only on things that matter. Only on things aligned with their purpose. As you leave this video, remember that focus is not something you find. It is something you practice. It is not hidden in a secret technique. It is built through daily choices. Choose to be present. Choose to be disciplined. Choose to protect your attention. Choose to focus on what you can control. And most importantly, choose to return your mind to your purpose whenever it wanders. Because it will wander. Everyone's mind does. The difference is that focused people always bring it back. Again and again. Day after day. Year after year. Until extraordinary results become inevitable. The world is full of noise. Be the person who remains clear. The world is full of distractions. Be the person who remains focused. The world is full of reactions. Be the person who remains deliberate. That is the Stoic way. Before you close this video, picture two versions of yourself. The first version wakes up each morning without direction. He reacts to every notification. He follows every impulse. He starts many things but finishes few. Weeks become months, and months become years. Nothing truly changes because his attention is scattered. The second version lives differently. He guards his attention like treasure. He knows exactly what deserves his energy. He does not allow every opinion, trend, or distraction to enter his mind. He moves with purpose. The gap between these two people is not intelligence. It is not luck. It is not talent. It is focus. And the beautiful truth is that focus can be trained. Every sunrise offers a new opportunity to strengthen it. A wise teacher once told his students, "Your life follows your attention." At first, they did not understand. Years later, they did. The students who focused on learning became knowledgeable. The students who focused on excuses became bitter. The students who focused on growth became successful. Their attention quietly shaped their destiny. Most people underestimate the power of small daily choices. They think transformation happens through dramatic moments. The Stoics knew better. A tree does not grow overnight. A mountain is not climbed in a single step. Character is not built in one day. Focus develops gradually through consistent practice. One page read. One distraction ignored. One promise kept. One task completed. Small actions repeated consistently create extraordinary results. A man once visited a stonecutter and watched him strike a massive rock. One blow. Nothing happened. 10 blows. Still nothing. 50 blows. The rock remained unchanged. Then on the 100th strike, the stone split in two. Was it the final strike that broke the rock? No. It was every strike that came before it. Focus works exactly the same way. Every time you choose discipline over distraction, you strengthen your mind. Even when results are invisible. Even when progress feels slow. Even when nobody notices. The breakthrough eventually comes. The Stoics also understood the importance of protecting inner peace. A distracted mind is often a disturbed mind. When people constantly seek stimulation, they lose their ability to enjoy stillness. Silence feels uncomfortable. Solitude feels strange. They become dependent on noise. But true focus requires comfort with silence. Consider the eagle. It does not flap frantically in every direction. It rises above the storm and observes carefully. When the moment comes, it moves with precision. Focused people operate similarly. They are not constantly reacting. They are observing, thinking, choosing, then acting with purpose. One of the greatest powers you can develop is the ability to pause before responding. Pause before speaking. Pause before reacting. Pause before becoming angry. Pause before making important decisions. In that brief space between stimulus and response lies your freedom. The Stoics treasured this freedom. Because a person who controls their responses controls their life. A person who reacts automatically becomes a slave to circumstances. Imagine someone insults you. Most people react instantly. Their emotions take control. Their attention becomes trapped. Hours later, they are still thinking about the encounter. A Stoic sees things differently. He asks himself, does this deserve my attention? Will this matter in a year? Is this helping me become the person I want to be? Often, the answer is no. And just like that, he moves on. His energy remains intact. His focus remains intact. His peace remains intact. This is not weakness. It is strength. The strongest minds know where to place their attention and where to withdraw it. Another lesson from Stoicism is that clarity comes from simplicity. Modern life encourages complexity. More information. More entertainment. More commitments. More distractions. Yet many people feel overwhelmed because they have added too much to their lives. A gardener who plants too many seeds in a small garden weakens every plant. Likewise, too many goals can weaken your focus. Sometimes progress requires subtraction. Remove unnecessary obligations. Remove draining habits. Remove distractions that contribute nothing to your growth. When you simplify your life, your focus naturally becomes stronger. The Stoics often ask themselves a simple question. What is essential? That question can transform your life. What is essential today? What deserves your attention right now? What action will move you closer to your goals? Focus on that. Ignore the rest. There is tremendous power in simplicity. One target. One task. One step. One day at a time. A traveler once became lost in a dense forest. Panicked, he began running in different directions. Hours passed, and he became even more lost. Finally, he stopped. He climbed a hill. He looked carefully. He chose a direction. Then he walked steadily. Soon he found his way home. Many people live exactly like that traveler. They rush without clarity. They stay busy without purpose. They move constantly but make little progress. Focus begins when you stop wandering and choose a direction. Not every path. One path. Not every goal. One goal. Not every opportunity. The right opportunity. This is how extraordinary lives are built. Not through endless activity. Through intentional activity. As the Stoics taught, the quality of your life depends largely on the quality of your attention. Protect it. Train it. Direct it wisely. Because your attention is creating your future at this very moment. Every thought you entertain. Every habit you repeat. Every action you take. They are all shaping the person you will become. The future version of you is watching. The stronger version. The wiser version. The more disciplined version. The version who finally mastered focus. That person is not created by chance. That person is created by today's choices. So choose discipline. Choose purpose. Choose patience. Choose focus. And when distractions appear, as they always will, remember the Stoic lesson that has survived for centuries. You do not control everything that happens around you. But you always have a choice about where you place your attention. And that choice can change your entire life. If you enjoyed this video, share your thoughts in the comments and let us know what area of your life needs greater focus right now. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic wisdom, mental toughness, and life-changing lessons. Until next time, guard your attention, strengthen your mind, and continue your ascent toward greatness. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered why you keep feeling stuck, overlooked, or powerless? What if the biggest thing holding you back isn't bad luck, difficult people, or a lack of opportunity, but a few silent habits that drain your strength every single day? The Stoics believe that weakness is not something you are born with. It is something you practice. And just as weakness can be practiced, strength can be practiced too. Today, we're going to uncover 5 weak habits that quietly destroy confidence, focus, and self-respect. More importantly, you'll learn how to replace them with the mindset of a Stoic warrior, calm, disciplined, and unshakable. Stay with me until the end because the final habit is the one most people never realize is ruining their lives. And if you're committed to becoming mentally stronger every day, subscribe to Stoic Ascension, share your thoughts in the comments, and join a community dedicated to wisdom, discipline, and self-mastery. The first weak habit is constantly seeking approval. Many people spend their lives acting for an audience. They change their opinions to fit in. They hide their true thoughts to avoid criticism. They make decisions based on what others might think. The result is a life that doesn't belong to them. Imagine a young man who wanted to start his own business. Every time he had an idea, he asked friends for permission disguised as advice. Some laughed. Some doubted him. Others told him it was too risky. Years passed. The dream remained a dream. One day he met an older man who asked him a simple question. If everyone approved of your decision, would you still need courage? The young man realized he had been waiting for validation instead of taking responsibility. From that day forward, he stopped asking for permission and started acting. The Stoics understood something powerful. You cannot control the opinions of others. You can only control your own actions. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people would criticize him no matter what he did. So he focused on doing what was right instead of doing what was popular. Weak people need applause. Strong people need principles. Every time you seek approval, you hand your power away. Every time you act according to your values, you take it back. The second weak habit is avoiding discomfort. Modern life encourages comfort everywhere. Comfort in entertainment. Comfort in routines. Comfort in avoiding challenges. But comfort has a hidden cost. It slowly weakens your ability to endure hardship. A small village once faced a harsh winter. Most people spent their days complaining about the cold. One man prepared. While others stayed inside, he gathered wood. While others wasted time, he repaired his home. While others hoped things would improve, he trained himself to adapt. When the worst storms arrived, he was ready. The others were not. Life works the same way. Discomfort is not your enemy. Discomfort is your training ground. Every meaningful achievement requires temporary struggle. The Stoics practiced voluntary hardship because they knew comfort could become a prison. They slept on hard surfaces. They fasted occasionally. They prepared themselves mentally for difficulties. Why? Because they wanted to remain strong even when circumstances became difficult. Every time you avoid discomfort, you become a little weaker. Every time you embrace it, you become a little stronger. Growth lives where comfort ends. The third weak habit is reacting emotionally to everything. A careless comment ruins your day. A setback destroys your motivation. A disagreement turns into anger. A minor problem becomes a major crisis. This habit gives other people control over your emotions. Imagine a merchant traveling through a busy city. One day a stranger insulted him in public. The crowd waited for a reaction. They expected anger. They expected a fight. Instead, the merchant smiled and continued walking. Later someone asked why he didn't respond. The merchant replied, "If someone offers me a gift and I refuse it, who keeps the gift? The giver." The same is true for insults. That is Stoic strength. Not every battle deserves your attention. Not every opinion deserves your reaction. Not every problem deserves your panic. The strongest person in the room is often the calmest. Emotional control is not weakness. It is power. When you learn to pause before reacting, you begin to reclaim ownership of your mind. The world becomes less chaotic because your inner world becomes more stable. A Stoic does not allow every passing event to dictate their mood. They observe. They think. Then they choose their response. That choice is where strength lives. The fourth weak habit is making excuses. Excuses are comforting. They protect the ego. They provide reasons for failure. But they also prevent growth. A farmer once owned 2 fields. One field received careful attention every day. The other was neglected. Whenever someone asked about the neglected field, the farmer blamed the weather. He blamed the soil. He blamed bad luck. Months later, the difference was obvious. One field flourished. The other produced almost nothing. The weather had been the same. The soil had been similar. The real difference was responsibility. Many people blame circumstances when they should examine their habits. They blame lack of time while spending hours distracted. They blame lack of opportunity while ignoring opportunities already available. They blame others while avoiding accountability. The Stoics taught that your focus should remain on what you can control. Excuses focus on what you cannot control. Responsibility focuses on what you can. One path creates weakness. The other creates strength. Every excuse may feel harmless. But repeated daily, excuses become chains. The moment you accept responsibility for your life, you become dangerous in the best possible way. Because now your future is no longer determined by circumstances. It is determined by your actions. The fifth weak habit is abandoning discipline when motivation disappears. This habit destroys more dreams than failure itself. Motivation feels powerful. It feels exciting. But it never lasts. Some mornings you feel inspired. Some mornings you don't. If your progress depends on motivation, your progress will always be inconsistent. A stonecutter spent months striking a massive rock. One hit. Nothing happened. Another hit. Still nothing. Hundreds of strikes followed. The rock remained unchanged. Then one final strike caused it to split in half. People praised the final blow. But the stonecutter knew the truth. The rock broke because of every strike that came before it. Success works the same way. The visible result is only the end of a long period of invisible discipline. The Stoics believe that character is built through repeated actions. Not occasional bursts of effort. Not temporary excitement. Repeated actions. Discipline means showing up when you don't feel like it. Discipline means doing the work when nobody is watching. Discipline means staying committed when results are delayed. Weakness says, "I'll do it when I feel motivated." Strength says, "I'll do it because it's necessary." That difference changes everything. A disciplined person eventually surpasses a talented but inconsistent person. Not because they are smarter. Not because they are luckier. But because they continue moving forward long after others stop. Think about these 5 habits for a moment. Seeking approval. Avoiding discomfort. Reacting emotionally. Making excuses. Depending on motivation. None of them appear dangerous at first. They seem small. They seem harmless. But repeated daily, they quietly steal your strength. The good news is that every habit can be replaced. Approval can be replaced with self-respect. Comfort can be replaced with growth. Reaction can be replaced with composure. Excuses can be replaced with responsibility. Motivation can be replaced with discipline. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. The Stoics never promised instant results. They promised something far more valuable. They promised that consistent effort creates a stronger character. Every day presents a choice. You can practice weakness. Or you can practice strength. You can surrender to impulse. Or you can strengthen self-control. You can complain about reality. Or you can work with reality. The path of Stoicism is not about becoming emotionless. It is about becoming resilient. It is about building a mind that remains steady when life becomes difficult. It is about becoming the kind of person who cannot be easily shaken by criticism, setbacks, or fear. Years from now, the quality of your life will largely depend on the habits you practice today. Not your intentions. Not your wishes. Your habits. Choose wisely. Because every action is casting a vote for the person you are becoming. Stand taller. Think deeper. Act with purpose. And remember, true strength is not found in dominating others. It is found in mastering yourself. Before you leave, consider one final story. An old Stoic teacher was walking with his student through a crowded marketplace. The streets were noisy. Merchants shouted. People argued. Some rushed from place to place as if every second was a crisis. The student looked around and said, "Master, why do so many people seem unhappy even when they have so much?" The teacher picked up a cup and filled it with water. "Carry this through the marketplace," he said, "but do not spill a single drop." The student carefully walked through the crowd. He avoided distractions. He ignored the noise. He kept his eyes on the cup. When he returned, the teacher asked, "Did you hear the arguments?" "No." "Did you notice the entertainers?" "No." "Did you see the merchants selling their goods?" "No." The student shook his head. "I was focused on the cup." The teacher smiled. That is why many people suffer. They give their attention to everything except what truly matters. The lesson is simple. Your attention is your life. Whatever you focus on grows. If you focus on problems all day, your problems seem bigger. If you focus on what others think, their opinions begin controlling your actions. If you focus on distractions, your goals become distant. But when you focus on your purpose, your character, and your responsibilities, your life begins to change. This is why the Stoics guarded their attention carefully. They understood that a distracted mind becomes a weak mind. A focused mind becomes a powerful one. Look around today. Millions of people wake up and immediately give away their attention. They scroll endlessly. They compare themselves to strangers. They react to every headline. They allow every notification to interrupt their thoughts. By the end of the day, they feel exhausted. Not because they worked hard. Because they scattered their energy in 100 different directions. A Stoic chooses differently. A Stoic understands that focus is a form of strength. They ask themselves, what deserves my attention today? What is within my control? What action can I take right now? These simple questions create extraordinary results over time. Imagine two people starting at the same place. One spends years distracted, complaining, blaming, and chasing approval. The other spends years developing discipline, patience, and self-control. At first, the difference is invisible. But after enough time, their lives look completely different. One becomes stronger. One becomes wiser. One becomes calmer. The difference wasn't talent. The difference was habit. Every day, your habits are shaping your future. Every choice matters. Every response matters. Every moment of discipline matters. You may not see the results immediately. That is normal. The oak tree does not appear overnight. The strongest buildings are not built in a day. Character is built the same way. Slowly. Patiently. Consistently. Many people quit because they don't see quick results. The Stoics would remind us that nature does not rush. A seed planted today needs time before it becomes a tree. Your growth requires the same patience. Trust the process. Trust the work. Trust the daily effort. One day you will look back and realize that the small actions you repeated every day changed everything. The days you exercised when you didn't feel like it. The moments you remained calm when others lost control. The times you chose responsibility instead of excuses. The occasions you stayed focused while others chased distractions. Those moments become your foundation. And eventually, people will see your strength. They will see your confidence. They will see your discipline. What they won't see are the thousands of quiet decisions that created it. That is the Stoic way. Strength built in silence. Discipline practiced in private. Character developed when nobody is watching. Remember this. You do not become strong by wishing for an easier life. You become strong by becoming stronger than your challenges. You do not become confident by avoiding fear. You become confident by facing fear repeatedly. You do not become disciplined through motivation. You become disciplined through action. Day after day. Choice after choice. Step after step. The world does not need more people who talk about greatness. It needs more people who practice it. Be one of them. Wake up with purpose. Speak with intention. Act with discipline. Remain calm under pressure. And never allow temporary emotions to control permanent decisions. The person you want to become is already waiting on the other side of your daily habits. The question is simple. Will you continue practicing weakness? Or will you begin practicing strength? The decision belongs to you. One day, you will wake up and realize that life has been moving faster than you imagined. The weeks became months. The months became years. Moments you thought would last forever quietly disappeared. The question then will not be how much comfort you experienced. The question will be who you became. Did you become someone who gave up when things became difficult? Or someone who remained steady when storms arrived? Did you spend your life chasing approval? Or did you build a character that needed no audience? Did you react emotionally to every challenge? Or did you learn to remain calm when others lost control? The Stoics constantly reflected on time because they understood a powerful truth. Time is the one thing you can never recover. Money can return. Opportunities can return. Even relationships can sometimes be rebuilt. But a wasted day is gone forever. That is why every morning is valuable. Every sunrise is an opportunity. Every day is another chance to strengthen your mind. Imagine an archer preparing to fire an arrow. The archer cannot control the wind. The archer cannot control the target moving unexpectedly. The archer cannot control every circumstance. But the archer can control preparation. Focus. Effort. Technique. This is exactly how the Stoics viewed life. You cannot control everything that happens. But you can control how prepared you are when it happens. You can control your mindset. You can control your discipline. You can control your response. And often, that is enough. Many people wait for perfect conditions before taking action. They wait until they feel confident. They wait until fear disappears. They wait until life becomes easier. But perfect conditions rarely arrive. The Stoics knew that action comes first. Confidence follows action. Strength follows struggle. Wisdom follows experience. The person who keeps moving forward gains advantages that the person waiting never receives. So stop waiting. Stop delaying. Stop telling yourself that tomorrow will somehow be different if you do nothing today. Your future is being built right now. In this moment. With this choice. With this action. With this decision. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. The metal enters the fire weak and shapeless. It faces intense heat. Powerful strikes. Relentless pressure. Yet every challenge strengthens it. Without the fire, there is no blade. Without the pressure, there is no strength. Your challenges serve the same purpose. The difficulties you face today may be shaping the strength you need tomorrow. The setback that frustrates you could be teaching resilience. The failure that embarrasses you could be teaching humility. The obstacle blocking your path could be teaching patience. The Stoic does not ask, "Why is this happening to me?" The Stoic asks, "What can this teach me?" That single shift changes everything. Because now every challenge becomes an opportunity. Every difficulty becomes training. Every setback becomes a lesson. And suddenly, life is no longer something happening against you. It becomes something working for your growth. Remember that weakness is rarely dramatic. It often appears in small daily decisions. Choosing comfort instead of growth. Choosing excuses instead of responsibility. Choosing distraction instead of focus. Choosing fear instead of courage. Strength is built the same way. One disciplined choice at a time. One calm response at a time. One courageous action at a time. Over the years, these choices compound. Just like interest in a bank account. The results may seem small today. But eventually they become impossible to ignore. One day people will call you disciplined. They will call you resilient. They will call you focused. What they won't realize is that those qualities were built through thousands of ordinary moments. Moments when you chose strength over weakness. Moments when you refused to quit. Moments when you kept going despite doubt. That is the secret. Greatness is not a single event. It is a collection of small actions repeated consistently. The Stoics understood this. And that is why their wisdom remains powerful even thousands of years later. Because human nature has not changed. People still struggle with fear. People still struggle with distraction. People still struggle with weakness. And the solution remains the same. Master yourself. Control what you can. Accept what you cannot. Focus on the present moment. Live according to your values. Practice discipline daily. And never stop improving. You do not need to be perfect. You only need to be better than you were yesterday. A little stronger. A little wiser. A little calmer. A little more disciplined. That is enough. Because small improvements repeated consistently create extraordinary results. So as you leave this video, make a commitment to yourself. Choose one weak habit you will stop feeding. Choose one strong habit you will begin building. Then take action immediately. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Today. Right now. Because the life you want is created by what you do consistently, not by what you intend to do someday. If this video inspired you, share your thoughts in the comments. Tell us which weak habit you're leaving behind and which strong habit you're building instead. Your story could encourage someone else to take their first step toward a stronger life. And if you're ready to continue your journey of discipline, wisdom, and self-mastery, subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic lessons that help you become calm, focused, and unshakable. Until next time, guard your mind, strengthen your character, and continue your ascent toward greatness. The strongest version of yourself is waiting. Have you ever noticed that the strongest people in the room are rarely the loudest? They don't argue to prove a point. They don't react to every insult. They don't need to intimidate anyone. Yet somehow, people think twice before crossing them. Why? Because real strength is not found in aggression. It is found in self-control. The Stoics understood a powerful truth: when you master your reactions, you become difficult to manipulate, difficult to provoke, and difficult to defeat. Today, we're exploring why nobody messes with someone who responds like this. Stay with me until the end because the final lesson may completely change how you handle conflict, criticism, and pressure. And if you're committed to becoming calm, disciplined, and mentally unshakable, share your thoughts in the comments and subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic wisdom. Most people react. The Stoic responds. There is a difference. Imagine a young soldier standing in formation. One day, another soldier insults him in front of everyone. The crowd waits for an explosion. They expect anger. They expect retaliation. Instead, the young soldier remains calm. He listens. He says nothing. Then he returns to his work. At first, people think he is weak. But over time, they notice something. Nothing can control him. Not insults. Not criticism. Not pressure. And because he cannot be controlled, he cannot be easily defeated. This is the first response that commands respect. Calmness. Most people are slaves to their emotions. A single comment can ruin their entire day. A minor inconvenience can trigger frustration. A disagreement can become a battle. The Stoics believed that emotional control was one of the highest forms of strength. When someone realizes they cannot provoke you, they lose power over you. A calm person forces others to confront themselves. That is why calmness often feels intimidating. Not because it is aggressive. Because it is unshakable. Another powerful response is silence. Many people think they must defend themselves against every accusation. They feel compelled to explain. To justify. To argue. But the Stoics knew that silence often speaks louder than words. There was once a craftsman known for his exceptional work. A jealous competitor spread rumors about him. Friends urged him to fight back. They wanted him to respond publicly. Instead, he focused on his craft. Week after week, month after month, he continued producing excellent work. Eventually, the rumors faded. His reputation remained. The competitor's bitterness became obvious. The craftsman understood something important. Results are often a stronger argument than words. Not every attack deserves a response. Not every criticism deserves attention. Not every opinion deserves your energy. Sometimes silence protects your peace. Sometimes silence protects your focus. Sometimes silence exposes the weakness of those seeking attention. People often expect resistance. When they encounter composure instead, they become uncomfortable. The next response is patience. The modern world encourages instant reactions. Instant anger. Instant opinions. Instant decisions. But Stoic wisdom teaches patience. Imagine a merchant who loses a shipment during a storm. Many people would panic. They would complain. They would assume the worst. Instead, the merchant remains patient. He gathers information. He waits for facts. Days later, he learns the shipment survived and was delayed, not destroyed. His patience saved him from unnecessary suffering. How many problems in life become worse because of impatience? How many relationships are damaged because someone reacted too quickly? How many opportunities are lost because people refuse to wait? A patient person sees clearly. An impatient person sees emotionally. Nobody easily manipulates someone who refuses to rush into reactions. Patience creates strength. Patience creates wisdom. Patience creates perspective. Another response that commands respect is choosing dignity over revenge. This is one of the hardest lessons. When someone hurts you, revenge feels satisfying. At least temporarily. But revenge often creates new problems. A Stoic understands that every action shapes character. Imagine two neighbors involved in a dispute. One spends years seeking revenge. Every conversation revolves around anger. Every day becomes consumed by resentment. The other neighbor chooses something different. He focuses on improving his life. He builds new opportunities. He invests his energy into growth. Years later, one man is still trapped by bitterness. The other has moved forward. Who truly won? The Stoics believe that carrying hatred harms the person carrying it. A person who controls their desire for revenge demonstrates enormous strength. Not because they are passive. Because they refuse to let another person's actions control their future. People respect individuals who remain dignified under pressure. Especially when everyone expects them to retaliate. Then there is the response of responsibility. Weak people blame. Strong people adapt. Imagine two workers losing their jobs. One spends months blaming the economy. Blaming management. Blaming bad luck. The other accepts reality. He updates his skills. He searches for opportunities. He takes responsibility for his next step. A year later, their lives look completely different. The Stoics constantly focused on what they could control. Not because life was fair. Because responsibility creates power. Blame creates helplessness. When challenges arise, most people immediately search for someone to fault. The Stoic searches for a solution. That mindset changes everything. People rarely mess with someone who takes responsibility. Because responsibility creates competence. And competence creates confidence. Another powerful response is refusing to seek validation. This is rare. Many people depend on approval. They need praise. Recognition. Acceptance. Without it, they feel uncertain. But a Stoic builds confidence from within. There was once a sculptor who spent years creating masterpieces. Many people ignored his work. Some criticized it. Others mocked his dedication. Yet he continued. Not because he needed applause. Because he loved the craft. Eventually, his work gained recognition. But by then, external validation no longer mattered. His satisfaction came from the work itself. This is a powerful form of freedom. When your self-worth depends on others, they control you. When your self-worth comes from your values, you control yourself. A person who no longer seeks approval becomes difficult to manipulate. The next response is listening more than speaking. Most people enter conversations focused on what they want to say. Very few focus on understanding. A wise leader once attended a meeting where everyone argued endlessly. Voices grew louder. Tensions increased. While everyone fought for attention, the leader remained quiet. He listened carefully. When he finally spoke, he addressed the real problem. The room became silent. His words carried weight because he had first listened. The Stoics valued observation. They understood that knowledge often comes from listening. A person who listens learns. A person who constantly speaks often reveals more than they learn. People respect those who speak with purpose instead of speaking endlessly. Another response that makes someone formidable is remaining focused on their mission. Distractions weaken people. Purpose strengthens them. Imagine an archer aiming at a distant target. People shout from the sidelines. Some criticize. Some mock. Some offer advice. The archer keeps his eyes on the target. Everything else becomes background noise. Eventually, the arrow hits its mark. Life works the same way. Many people lose years chasing distractions. The Stoic remains focused on what truly matters. Goals. Character. Growth. Purpose. When someone is deeply committed to their mission, outside negativity loses influence. That kind of focus commands respect. Then there is the response of humility. This surprises many people. Humility is often misunderstood as weakness. The Stoics saw it differently. True humility comes from confidence. Imagine a champion athlete after winning a major competition. Instead of boasting, he thanks his coaches, his teammates, his supporters. He remains grounded. People admire him more because of it. Arrogance often hides insecurity. Humility often reveals strength. A person who knows their worth doesn't need to constantly advertise it. They let actions speak. And actions always speak louder than words. Perhaps the most powerful Stoic response of all is consistency. Many people are calm one day and emotional the next. Disciplined one week and careless the next. Focused one month and distracted the next. The Stoic strives for consistency. Imagine a lighthouse standing beside a violent sea. Storms arrive. Winds crash. Waves strike relentlessly. Yet the lighthouse remains. Day after day. Year after year. Its reliability becomes its strength. People trust consistency. They respect consistency. They rely on consistency. Someone who remains steady under pressure becomes difficult to challenge because their behavior is predictable in the best possible way. They do not panic. They do not collapse. They do not abandon their principles. Their character remains stable regardless of circumstances. This is what makes them powerful. Now think about all these responses together. Calmness. Silence. Patience. Dignity. Responsibility. Independence from validation. Listening. Focus. Humility. Consistency. None of these traits require aggression. None require intimidation. None require dominance. Yet together they create a person who is incredibly strong. Why? Because these qualities make someone emotionally independent. And emotional independence is rare. Most people are controlled by circumstances. Controlled by opinions. Controlled by emotions. Controlled by fear. The Stoic chooses another path. The path of self-mastery. That path is not easy. There will be moments when you want to react. Moments when you want revenge. Moments when you want validation. Moments when you want to quit. But every time you choose discipline over impulse, you become stronger. Every time you choose calmness over anger, you become wiser. Every time you choose patience over panic, you become more resilient. Over time, people notice. Not because you announce it. Because your presence changes. You become someone who cannot be easily manipulated. Someone who cannot be easily intimidated. Someone who cannot be easily distracted from what matters. That is true strength. And that is why nobody messes with someone who responds like this. Not because they are feared. Because they are respected. Not because they dominate others. Because they have mastered themselves. It is about controlling yourself. Anyone can shout when they are angry. Anyone can react when they feel insulted. Anyone can lose control when life becomes difficult. But very few people can remain calm when chaos surrounds them. Very few can stay focused when distractions pull them in every direction. Very few can maintain dignity when they are treated unfairly. That is why Stoic strength stands out. Imagine an old oak tree standing in the middle of a storm. The wind howls. The rain falls relentlessly. Branches bend under pressure. Yet the tree remains rooted. It survives not because it fights the storm. It survives because its roots run deep. Your character works the same way. When your confidence depends on praise, criticism can shake you. When your happiness depends on circumstances, difficulties can break you. When your peace depends on other people behaving the way you want, disappointment becomes inevitable. But when your roots are planted in discipline, wisdom, and self-control, life's storms lose much of their power. This is why the Stoics focused so heavily on internal strength. They understood that external events will always change. Fortunes rise and fall. People come and go. Success appears and disappears. Challenges arrive without warning. The only thing you truly possess is your character. And that character is shaped by daily choices. Every morning you have a decision to make. Will you react like everyone else? Or will you respond with wisdom? Will you allow anger to control your actions? Or will you pause and choose your response carefully? Will you complain about obstacles? Or will you use them as opportunities to grow? These choices may seem small, but they shape the direction of your entire life. A blacksmith does not create a powerful sword with one strike. The blade is formed through countless strikes over time. Character is forged the same way. Every difficult moment gives you another chance to strengthen yourself. Every insult gives you a chance to practice restraint. Every setback gives you a chance to practice resilience. Every challenge gives you a chance to practice courage. Most people see problems. The Stoic sees training. Most people see inconvenience. The Stoic sees opportunity. Most people see reasons to quit. The Stoic sees reasons to continue. This mindset changes everything. Consider a traveler climbing a mountain. The path is steep. The weather is harsh. The journey is exhausting. Many people turn back. They decide the effort isn't worth it. But the traveler continues. Step by step. Hour by hour. Day by day. Eventually he reaches the summit. From that height, he sees a view that those who quit will never experience. The same principle applies to life. The rewards of discipline are often delayed. The rewards of patience are often delayed. The rewards of self-control are often delayed. But delayed does not mean denied. Keep climbing. Keep improving. Keep moving forward. One of the greatest mistakes people make is assuming strength is something you either have or don't have. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed strength is developed, built, earned, practiced. Just as muscles grow through resistance, character grows through challenges. No challenge, no growth. No resistance, no strength. This is why difficult times can become your greatest teachers. The moment you stop running from discomfort, you begin transforming. The moment you stop fearing criticism, you begin becoming free. The moment you stop needing approval, you begin becoming powerful. Because now your actions are guided by principles instead of emotions. By purpose instead of popularity. By wisdom instead of impulse. And people notice. Not because you tell them. Because your behavior speaks for itself. A calm person in a room full of chaos stands out. A disciplined person in a world full of distractions stands out. A focused person in a culture obsessed with instant gratification stands out. Your energy becomes different. Your presence becomes different. Your decisions become different. This is why people stop trying to provoke someone who has mastered themselves. They realize emotional manipulation no longer works. Intimidation no longer works. Criticism no longer works. The person has become grounded. Stable. Unshakable. Not perfect. But resilient. Not emotionless. But disciplined. Not fearless. But courageous enough to act despite fear. That is what Stoicism teaches. Not the absence of emotion. The mastery of emotion. Not the avoidance of challenges. The ability to face challenges with strength. Not the pursuit of comfort. The pursuit of character. And character is the foundation of everything. Without character, success becomes fragile. Without character, power becomes dangerous. Without character, confidence becomes arrogance. But with character, success becomes meaningful. Confidence becomes steady. Strength becomes lasting. As you continue your journey, remember this. People may forget what you said. They may forget what you achieved. They may forget the mistakes you made. But they will remember how you carried yourself under pressure. They will remember whether you remained calm during difficult times. They will remember whether you acted with integrity when shortcuts were available. They will remember your character. Because character leaves a lasting impression. Long after achievements fade. Long after circumstances change. Long after temporary victories are forgotten. So build your character daily. Guard your thoughts. Discipline your actions. Choose wisdom over impulse. Choose patience over panic. Choose growth over comfort. And above all, remember that the strongest person is not the one who can control everyone around them. The strongest person is the one who can control themselves. As we close this lesson, there is one final truth that every Stoic eventually discovers. The world will test you. Not once. Not twice. Again and again. There will be people who doubt you. People who misunderstand you. People who criticize you for reasons that have nothing to do with you. There will be setbacks you didn't deserve. Losses you didn't expect. Obstacles that seem unfair. You cannot stop these things from happening. But you can decide who you become because of them. This is where most people lose their power. They spend years trying to control the uncontrollable. Trying to force others to understand them. Trying to make everyone like them. Trying to avoid criticism. Trying to avoid failure. Trying to avoid discomfort. The Stoics recognized the futility of this approach. Instead of controlling the world, they focused on controlling themselves. And in doing so, they became stronger than the challenges they faced. Imagine a captain steering a ship through rough waters. He cannot control the ocean. He cannot control the wind. He cannot control the storm. But he can control his actions. He can adjust the sails. He can hold the course. He can remain calm while others panic. That is what separates leaders from followers. Not the absence of difficulty. The ability to remain composed within difficulty. Every challenge in your life is asking a question. Will you react emotionally? Or will you respond wisely? Will you surrender to fear? Or will you move forward despite it? Will you become bitter? Or will you become better? Your answer determines your future. Many people believe confidence comes before action. The Stoics knew the opposite is true. Action creates confidence. Every time you do something difficult, you prove something to yourself. You prove that fear does not control you. You prove that discomfort cannot stop you. You prove that setbacks cannot define you. Over time, these small victories accumulate. They become evidence. Evidence that you are capable. Evidence that you are resilient. Evidence that you can handle more than you once believed. This is real confidence. Not loud confidence. Not arrogant confidence. Quiet confidence. The kind that comes from experience. The kind that comes from discipline. The kind that cannot be taken away by criticism or failure. A lion does not need to announce its strength. A mountain does not need to defend its height. Likewise, a truly strong person does not need constant validation. Their character speaks for them. Their actions speak for them. Their consistency speaks for them. That is why Stoic strength often goes unnoticed at first. It is not flashy. It is not dramatic. It is steady. Reliable. Unshakable. And over time, that steadiness becomes impossible to ignore. People begin to trust you. Respect you. Depend on you. Not because you demanded it. Because you earned it. Through discipline. Through patience. Through integrity. Through self-control. The Stoics often reflected on mortality. Not to become fearful. But to become intentional. They understood that life is limited. Every day matters. Every choice matters. Every hour matters. One day, All of us will run out of time. When that day comes, the question won't be how many people approved of you. It won't be how many arguments you won. It won't be how comfortable your life was. The question will be, did you live with courage? Did you live with wisdom? Did you live according to your values? Did you become the person you were capable of becoming? These are the questions that matter. And the answers are being written right now. In your habits. In your choices. In your actions. Every single day. So walk forward with purpose. Do not fear criticism. Do not fear difficulty. Do not fear failure. Fear only a life spent below your potential. Fear only the regret of knowing you could have been stronger, wiser, and better, but chose not to be. The Stoic path is not easy. But it is worth it. Because it leads to something that cannot be purchased, borrowed, or faked. Inner strength. And once you develop inner strength, the world changes. Not because circumstances become easier. Because you become stronger. The storm remains the same. But the person facing the storm is different. Calmer. Wiser. More disciplined. More resilient. And that is why nobody messes with someone who responds like this. Not because they are intimidating. Not because they are aggressive. But because they have mastered the one thing most people never do. Themselves. If this video inspired you, leave a comment and share the Stoic principle you are committed to practicing this week. And if you're ready to continue building a calm mind, a disciplined life, and an unshakable character, subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic wisdom and timeless lessons on self-mastery. Until next time, protect your peace, strengthen your mind, and continue your ascent. Stay calm. Stay focused. Stay unshakable. Someone insults you in public. They expect anger. They expect a reaction. They expect you to defend yourself, argue, and lose control. But you simply look at them, stay calm, and continue walking. In that moment, something powerful happens. They realize they cannot control you. And when nobody can control your emotions, nobody can control your life. Today, we're talking about one of the most powerful Stoic principles ever practiced. No reaction. No fear. If you're ready to build unshakable mental strength, subscribe to Stoic Ascension, stay until the end, and let us know in the comments, have you ever stayed calm when everyone expected you to react? Now let's begin. Most people spend their lives reacting. They react to criticism. They react to bad news. They react to rude people. They react to every obstacle that appears in their path. Their emotions become remote controlled by the opinions and actions of others. The Stoics understood something different. They knew that external events are not the true problem. The real problem is our reaction to them. A young man once worked under a difficult manager. Every day the manager criticized him. Every mistake was magnified. Every success was ignored. At first, the young man became angry. He argued back. He defended himself. He carried the frustration home every evening. His peace disappeared. One day he remembered a Stoic lesson. He realized the manager's words only had power if he allowed them inside his mind. The next time criticism came, he listened quietly. He learned what was useful. He ignored what was not. Weeks later something interesting happened. The manager continued speaking the same way. But the young man was no longer suffering. The situation remained the same. His reaction changed. And that changed everything. This is the first power of Stoicism. No reaction does not mean weakness. It means mastery. Anyone can explode. Anyone can shout. Anyone can lose control. Very few people can remain calm while chaos surrounds them. A mountain does not move because the wind is strong. A Stoic does not break because circumstances are difficult. The world respects calm strength. People may not admit it, but they notice it. When everyone else is emotional and one person remains composed, attention naturally shifts toward that person. Why? Because calmness signals confidence. It signals control. It signals inner power. Fear works in a similar way. Most fears are stories we tell ourselves. Fear of failure. Fear of rejection. Fear of embarrassment. Fear of being judged. The Stoics believe that fear often hurts us more than reality itself. A merchant once lost most of his business during a difficult economic season. He spent weeks worrying. He imagined disaster. He imagined poverty. He imagined losing everything. Every night he suffered. Months later he realized something. The future he feared never arrived. The pain came not from reality but from imagination. How many times have we done the same? How many nights have we spent worrying about situations that never happened? Fear steals energy from the present moment. It forces us to suffer twice. First in our minds. Then, if the problem actually arrives, in reality. The Stoic path teaches us something simple. Face reality. Not imagination. Deal with what exists. Not with what might happen. When you stop feeding fear, fear begins to starve. Think about a soldier standing before battle. The inexperienced soldier trembles because he imagines every possible disaster. The experienced soldier focuses only on what he can control. His actions. His preparation. His discipline. The battle may be uncertain, but his mind remains steady. This is how we should approach life. Not with panic. Not with fear. But with preparation and courage. Another important lesson is understanding that people often provoke reactions because they seek power. Someone insults you. Someone mocks you. Someone spreads rumors. What do they want? Your reaction. They want emotional control over you. The moment you lose your composure, they succeed. A wise Stoic understands this. A wise Stoic refuses to hand over control. There was an old shop owner known throughout his town for his patience. Customers sometimes arrived angry. They complained loudly. They blamed him for things beyond his control. Yet he rarely argued. He listened. He remained calm. He responded respectfully. One day someone asked him how he stayed so peaceful. He smiled and said, "I refuse to let strangers decide my mood." That simple sentence contains profound wisdom. Most people allow strangers to determine whether they have a good day or a bad day. A rude comment ruins their morning. A negative opinion destroys their confidence. A disagreement steals their peace. The Stoic chooses differently. The Stoic protects the mind. Just as a king protects a kingdom. No reaction. No fear. No surrender of inner peace. Life will test you repeatedly. You will encounter betrayal. You will encounter disappointment. You will encounter unfair situations. The question is not whether these challenges will come. The question is how you will respond. A young athlete trained for years to reach a championship competition. He sacrificed comfort. He sacrificed leisure. He sacrificed countless hours. When the competition finally arrived, he lost. The defeat crushed him. For weeks he questioned himself. Then his coach shared a Stoic perspective. The coach told him that victory was never fully within his control. Effort was. Discipline was. Preparation was. Character was. The athlete realized he had been measuring success incorrectly. His true victory was becoming stronger through the process. The next season he returned with a different mindset. Less fear. Less attachment. More focus. More courage. And eventually success followed. Many people fail because fear prevents action. They fear starting a business. They fear speaking publicly. They fear approaching opportunities. They fear failure so much that they never begin. Yet every successful person has faced fear. The difference is not the absence of fear. The difference is action despite fear. Courage is not feeling fearless. Courage is moving forward anyway. The Stoics practiced this daily. They understood that discomfort is part of growth. Every challenge is an opportunity to strengthen the mind. Every obstacle becomes training. Every setback becomes education. Imagine two people walking through a storm. One curses the rain. Complains about the wind. Wishes the storm would disappear. The other accepts the reality of the weather. Adjusts accordingly. Keeps moving. Both face the same storm. Only one reaches the destination peacefully. Acceptance is not surrender. Acceptance is clarity. You cannot effectively fight reality. You can only respond wisely to it. When you stop arguing with reality, you gain energy to improve it. This is why Stoics appear calm under pressure. Not because they have easier lives, but because they waste less energy resisting what already exists. Another reason people react emotionally is ego. Someone questions their intelligence. Someone challenges their status. Someone disagrees with their beliefs. Immediately the ego feels threatened. The reaction begins. But the Stoics constantly reminded themselves that the ego is fragile. Wisdom requires humility. A philosopher was once publicly criticized by a man who disliked him. Instead of arguing, the philosopher listened carefully. When asked why he remained silent, he answered, "If the criticism is true, I should learn from it. If it is false, I need not be disturbed." What a powerful mindset. Imagine how peaceful life would become if we practiced this daily. Not every criticism deserves a response. Not every opinion deserves attention. Not every battle deserves participation. Sometimes the strongest move is silence. Sometimes the strongest response is no response. The world often rewards emotional restraint more than emotional outbursts. Think about leaders. Think about successful entrepreneurs. Think about respected individuals. Many share a common trait. They remain composed under pressure. They think before acting. They respond instead of reacting. Reaction is impulsive. Response is intentional. Reaction belongs to emotion. Response belongs to wisdom. The Stoic chooses wisdom. No reaction. No fear. There is also freedom in letting go. Many people carry old wounds for years. An insult from the past. A betrayal from years ago. A mistake they cannot forgive themselves for. The burden becomes heavier with time. A traveler carrying unnecessary stones eventually becomes exhausted. The same happens mentally. The Stoics encouraged releasing what no longer serves you. Learn the lesson. Keep the wisdom. Drop the weight. A man once carried resentment toward a former friend for over 10 years. Every mention of the friend's name triggered anger. Every memory reopened old wounds. One day he realized something. The other person had moved on long ago. Only he remained imprisoned. The resentment was hurting him more than anyone else. When he finally let go, he felt lighter. Freer. Stronger. Forgiveness is not always about the other person. Sometimes it is about reclaiming your own peace. No reaction. No fear. No chains. One of the greatest fears people face is uncertainty. Not knowing what comes next. Not knowing whether things will work out. Not knowing what tomorrow holds. Yet uncertainty has always existed. No one has complete control over the future. The Stoics accepted this reality. Instead of demanding certainty, they developed resilience. A sailor cannot control the ocean, but he can strengthen his ship. Likewise, you cannot control every event in life, but you can strengthen your character. Character survives storms. Character survives failure. Character survives uncertainty. This is why Stoicism remains relevant thousands of years later. Human nature has not changed. People still struggle with fear. People still struggle with anger. People still struggle with criticism and adversity. The solutions remain surprisingly similar. Focus on what you control. Release what you do not. Stay calm. Stay disciplined. Stay courageous. No reaction. No fear. Imagine waking up tomorrow with this mindset fully installed. An insult arrives. You remain calm. A setback appears. You remain focused. A challenge emerges. You remain determined. A fear whispers in your ear. You continue forward. How different would your life become? How many opportunities would open? How much peace would return? How much energy would be saved? The strongest people are not always the loudest. They are often the calmest. Their power comes from self-control. Their confidence comes from discipline. Their peace comes from wisdom. The Stoics knew that true strength is internal, not external. Anyone can appear strong when life is easy. The real test comes during hardship. The real test comes when emotions rise. The real test comes when fear knocks on the door. That is when character reveals itself. That is when Stoicism matters most. As you move through life, remember this simple principle. Do not give your peace away cheaply. Do not surrender your mind to every opinion. Do not allow fear to dictate your decisions. Guard your inner world. Protect your focus. Strengthen your character. And whenever life challenges you, remember these words. No reaction. No fear. Only calm strength. Only disciplined action. Only forward movement. The journey does not end when you learn these principles. The real transformation begins when you practice them every day. Knowledge alone changes nothing. A person can read every Stoic book ever written and still become angry at the smallest inconvenience. Another person may know only a few Stoic ideas but apply them consistently and become mentally unshakable. The difference is practice. Every morning gives you an opportunity to train your mind. Before the world begins making demands of you, remind yourself of what may happen during the day. Someone may disagree with you. Someone may disappoint you. Plans may change. Unexpected problems may appear. The Stoics called this preparation. Not pessimism. Preparation. When challenges arrive, they no longer shock you. You expected them. You prepared for them. And because you prepared for them, they lose much of their power. A wise teacher once told his student, "The calm sea does not create skilled sailors." The student did not understand at first. Years later, after enduring countless difficulties, he finally understood. Every challenge had strengthened him. Every obstacle had taught him something valuable. Every setback had developed patience. The storms he once hated had become his greatest teachers. Life works the same way. The situations you wish to avoid often contain the lessons you need most. The criticism that hurts your ego may reveal an area for growth. The failure that disappoints you may redirect you toward a better path. The obstacle blocking your progress may force you to become more creative, more disciplined, and more resilient. When viewed through Stoic eyes, adversity changes its appearance. It stops looking like punishment. It starts looking like training. A blacksmith places metal into fire. The fire is intense. The heat is uncomfortable. But without the fire, the metal never becomes stronger. Without pressure, it remains weak. Human character develops the same way. Comfort rarely creates greatness. Challenges do. This is why the Stoics did not run from difficulty. They embraced it. Not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they understood its purpose. Most people ask, why is this happening to me? The Stoic asks, what can this teach me? That single change in perspective can transform your entire life. Imagine losing an opportunity you worked hard for. Most people immediately react with frustration. They complain. They blame circumstances. They become bitter. The Stoic pauses. The Stoic reflects. The Stoic searches for the lesson. Maybe more preparation was needed. Maybe timing was wrong. Maybe something better lies ahead. Whatever the answer, the Stoic refuses to become a victim. Because victims surrender power. Stoics take responsibility. Responsibility is one of the most empowering forces in existence. When you accept responsibility for your responses, your growth accelerates. You stop waiting for life to become easier. You become stronger instead. There was a man who spent years blaming everyone around him for his problems. His family. His co-workers. His circumstances. His bad luck. According to him, everything was someone else's fault. Yet his life never improved. One day an older mentor gave him a simple challenge. For 30 days, stop blaming anyone. Focus only on what you can improve. At first, it felt impossible. But gradually he began noticing opportunities everywhere. Instead of complaining, he started acting. Instead of making excuses, he started learning. Instead of reacting emotionally, he started thinking clearly. Within a year his life looked completely different. The circumstances had not magically changed. His mindset had. And mindset changes everything. No reaction. No fear. No excuses. Only growth. One of the greatest forms of strength is emotional independence. Many people depend on external validation to feel valuable. They need approval. They need praise. They need recognition. Without it, they feel insecure. The Stoics warned against this trap. If your happiness depends on other people's opinions, your happiness is fragile. Opinions change constantly. One day people praise you. The next day they criticize you. One day they support you. Courage is acting with wisdom despite fear. So walk forward with confidence. Walk forward with discipline. Walk forward with calm strength. Let others react. Let others panic. Let others surrender to fear. You choose a different path. The path of resilience. The path of self-mastery. The path of Stoicism. No reaction. No fear. Only strength. Only wisdom. Only growth. As you continue this journey, understand one truth that separates ordinary people from extraordinary ones. Extraordinary people do not have fewer fears. They simply refuse to obey them. Fear often disguises itself as logic. It tells you not to start because you might fail. It tells you not to speak because people might judge you. It tells you not to dream because you might be disappointed. And slowly, without realizing it, many people build their entire lives around avoidance. They avoid risks. They avoid challenges. They avoid discomfort. They avoid growth. Years pass. Opportunities disappear. Everyone experiences periods when life feels unfair. Plans collapse. Relationships end. Dreams seem distant. Motivation disappears. In those moments, many people lose hope. The Stoics chose a different response. They trusted the process of growth. A tree does not become mighty overnight. It survives storms. It survives droughts. It survives harsh seasons. Year after year, it grows stronger. Human beings develop the same way. Strength is built slowly. Patience is built slowly. Wisdom is built slowly. Resilience is built slowly. Do not underestimate the power of small daily improvements. A single disciplined action may seem insignificant today. But repeated consistently, it transforms your future. A single workout. A single page read. A single courageous conversation. A single moment of self-control. Each one is a vote for the person you are becoming. And over time those votes accumulate. One day people will see your confidence and think it appeared suddenly. They will see your discipline and think it came naturally. They will see your calmness and think you were born that way. They will not see the countless moments when you chose growth over comfort. They will not see the battles you fought within yourself. They will not see the fears you faced quietly. But you will know. And that knowledge creates genuine confidence. Not arrogance. Not ego. Confidence. The confidence that comes from keeping promises to yourself. The confidence that comes from discipline. The confidence that comes from overcoming challenges. This kind of confidence cannot be given. It must be earned. And once earned, it becomes difficult to take away. The Stoics often reminded themselves that every day could be their last. Not because they were obsessed with death. Because they were obsessed with living fully. When you understand that life is temporary, you begin valuing what truly matters. You value integrity. You value purpose. You value relationships. You value time. Suddenly, petty arguments lose importance. Meaningless distractions lose importance. Unnecessary fears lose importance. You begin living with greater intention. You stop drifting. You start directing. A ship without direction is controlled by the wind. A person without purpose is controlled by circumstances. Purpose provides stability during difficult times. Purpose gives meaning to sacrifice. Purpose gives strength during adversity. Find something worth striving for. Something greater than comfort. Something greater than convenience. And commit yourself fully to it. The Stoics believed that a meaningful life was built through virtue. Through wisdom. Through courage. Through discipline. Through justice. These qualities remain valuable today because human nature remains the same. Technology changes. Society changes. Trends change. But character still matters. Integrity still matters. Self-control still matters. Courage still matters. And those who develop these qualities possess something incredibly rare. Inner freedom. The freedom to remain calm when others panic. The freedom to remain focused when others become distracted. The freedom to remain courageous when others surrender to fear. This freedom cannot be purchased. It cannot be inherited. It must be cultivated. Day by day. Choice by choice. Moment by moment. So when life challenges you tomorrow, remember what you've learned. When criticism arrives, stay calm. When fear appears, move forward anyway. When obstacles arise, search for the lesson. When emotions intensify, pause before reacting. When uncertainty appears, trust your preparation. And when the world tries to pull you into chaos, protect your peace. Because your peace is your power. Your discipline is your power. Your character is your power. No reaction. No fear. Only steady progress. Only quiet confidence. Only unwavering strength. The world may be loud. But your mind can remain silent. The world may be chaotic. But your spirit can remain calm. The world may be uncertain. But your principles can remain firm. That is the Stoic way. That is the path of true strength. That is the path of Stoic ascension. If this message inspired you, share your thoughts in the comments below and tell us which part spoke to you the most. And if you're committed to becoming mentally stronger, emotionally disciplined, and impossible to intimidate. Subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoic wisdom. Until next time, stay calm. Stay fearless. Stay disciplined. And keep ascending. The most respected person in the room is not always the loudest. Sometimes, it is the person who says nothing, yet everyone feels their presence. Imagine walking into a room and nobody knows your name, nobody knows your story, nobody knows what you have achieved, but somehow, people can sense your confidence. That is the power of true respect. Not the respect you beg for. Not the respect you force. The respect you command through your character, your discipline, and your silence. Welcome to Stoic Ascension. If you are ready to build a stronger mind, master your emotions, and develop the kind of inner power that cannot be taken away from you, make sure to share your thoughts in the comments and subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful Stoicism. Because today, we are talking about something every person wants but few people truly understand. How to command true respect without saying a word. The Stoics understood something powerful. You cannot control what people think about you. You cannot force people to admire you. But you can control the person you become. And when you transform yourself, respect becomes a natural result. The first lesson is this. Control yourself before trying to control how others see you. A person who cannot control their emotions is easy to manipulate. Someone insults them, they explode. Someone ignores them, they panic. Someone disagrees with them, they feel attacked. Their entire mood is controlled by the actions of other people. But a Stoic person is different. A Stoic understands that their power is not in controlling the world around them. Their power is controlling their response. Imagine two people receive the same criticism. The first person immediately reacts. They become angry. They start explaining themselves. They try to prove they are right. The second person listens calmly. They think. They decide whether the criticism has value. Then they respond with wisdom. Who looks stronger? The second person. Because self-control creates presence. There was once a man who worked in a company where everyone competed for attention. Every meeting was filled with people trying to impress the manager. They talked louder. They interrupted others. They always wanted to be noticed. But there was another employee who rarely spoke. He came prepared. He listened carefully. He completed his work. He never complained. At first, people thought he was invisible. But over time, something changed. When problems happened, people went to him. When decisions needed to be made, people asked for his opinion. Why? Because people began to recognize something. He did not need attention because he had value. That is the difference between seeking respect and becoming respectable. The second lesson. Do not chase approval. Build your character. Many people spend their lives trying to convince others that they matter. They show off. They seek validation. They constantly explain themselves. But the Stoics believed your actions should speak louder than your words. A strong person does not need to announce their strength. A successful person does not need to constantly prove success. A disciplined person does not need to tell everyone they are disciplined. Their lifestyle reveals it. Think about a mountain. A mountain does not scream to prove it is tall. It simply stands. Storms come. Rain falls. Winds attack. But the mountain remains. That is how your character should become. Stable. Unshaken. Strong. When you stop trying to convince everyone of your worth, something powerful happens. You start investing that energy into becoming better. The third lesson. Master the power of silence. Silence is often misunderstood. Some people think silence means weakness. But controlled silence is a sign of strength. A person who can stay silent when they are angry shows control. A person who can listen without interrupting shows confidence. A person who does not react to every provocation shows maturity. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius understood that your peace should not depend on the behavior of others. Someone can insult you. Someone can criticize you. Someone can misunderstand you. But you decide whether their words control your mind. There is a story about a wise man who was insulted by another person every day. People expected him to fight back. They expected anger. But he remained calm. Someone asked him, "Why do you allow this person to disrespect you?" The wise man replied, "If someone gives you a gift and you refuse to accept it, who does the gift belong to?" The person said, "The person who offered it." The wise man smiled and said, "Then I refuse to accept his anger." That is true power. Not because you cannot respond. Because you have the ability to respond, but you choose wisdom instead. The fourth lesson. Keep promises to yourself. The way you treat yourself teaches others how to treat you. If you constantly break promises to yourself, your confidence weakens. You say you will wake up early, but you do not. You say you will work on your goals, but you delay. You say you will change, but you repeat the same habits. Every time this happens, you lose trust in yourself. And without self-trust, respect becomes difficult. But when you keep small promises to yourself, you build inner authority. Wake up when you say you will. Finish what you start. Practice discipline when nobody is watching. Because the person who can lead themselves can influence others. Respect begins privately before it becomes public. The fifth lesson. Do not explain yourself to everyone. One of the biggest mistakes people make is trying to make everyone understand them. They explain their choices. They defend every decision. They argue with every opinion. But not every person deserves access to your energy. Sometimes the strongest answer is simply continuing your path. If someone doubts you, let your results speak. If someone misunderstands you, let your consistency speak. If someone underestimates you, let your growth speak. A tree does not stop growing because someone says they do not like its branches. It keeps growing. Because growth does not require permission. Before you say a single word, people already receive a message from you. Your posture. Your energy. Your discipline. Your confidence. Your attitude. Everything communicates. A person who walks into a room with insecurity often tries to hide it with noise. They talk too much. They seek attention. They constantly look for approval. But a person who has built inner confidence does not need to perform. They are comfortable with themselves. There was a young man who always wanted people to respect him. Whenever he entered a room, he tried to impress everyone. He told stories about his achievements. He tried to make people laugh. He always wanted to be noticed. But the more he tried to gain respect, the less people respected him. One day, he met an older man known for his wisdom. The young man asked, "How do I make people respect me?" The older man replied, "Stop trying to convince people that you are valuable. Become valuable." That sentence changed his life. He stopped chasing attention. He started learning. He improved his skills. He focused on his purpose. Months later, people began approaching him differently. Not because he demanded respect. Because he developed qualities that naturally created respect. Remember this. Respect follows value. The seventh lesson. Become emotionally difficult to control. A person who can be easily triggered can be easily controlled. If someone can make you angry with a few words, they have power over you. If someone can destroy your confidence with one opinion, they have power over you. The Stoics trained their minds to become independent from external events. They understood. Someone else's opinion is outside your control. Someone else's behavior is outside your control. Someone else's choices are outside your control. But your reaction belongs to you. Imagine someone trying to start an argument with you. They expect anger. They expect a reaction. But instead, you remain calm. You look at the situation clearly. You choose your response. What happens? They lose control over you. Your calmness becomes your strength. A calm person in a chaotic situation becomes the person others look toward. That is leadership. The 8th lesson. Stop needing everyone to like you. One of the fastest ways to lose respect is trying too hard to be accepted. A person who changes their values every time they enter a different room becomes someone nobody can truly trust. Strong people have principles. They know what they stand for. They can listen to others without losing themselves. They can accept criticism without becoming weak. They can disagree without becoming disrespectful. The Roman Stoic philosopher Seneca wrote about the importance of living according to reason rather than chasing the approval of the crowd. The crowd changes. Opinions change. Trends change. But your character is what remains. If you build your life around making everyone happy, you will always be controlled by everyone. But when you build your life around your values, you become free. The 9th lesson. Let your actions create your reputation. Your reputation is not built by what you say about yourself. It is built by what you repeatedly do. Anyone can talk about discipline. Anyone can talk about success. Anyone can talk about being different. But actions reveal the truth. A person who trains every day develops a different mindset. A person who studies every day develops a different level of knowledge. A person who controls their emotions develops a different kind of strength. Small actions repeated over time create a powerful identity. Imagine two people. One person says, "I want to become successful." The other person quietly works every day. No announcements. No excuses. No need for attention. Years later, the difference is obvious. The person who worked has evidence. The person who only talked has wishes. Respect belongs to the person who proves themselves through action. The 10th lesson. Protect your peace. Many people lose respect because they allow everything to disturb them. A comment ruins their day. A rejection destroys their confidence. A mistake makes them quit. But a Stoic understands that peace is something you protect. Your mind is your kingdom. Be careful what you allow inside. Not every battle deserves your energy. Not every argument deserves your response. Not every person deserves your attention. Sometimes winning means refusing to participate. A wise person does not fight every enemy. They choose battles that matter. They understand that energy is limited. So they invest it into growth, purpose, and becoming better. The 11th lesson. Be consistent when nobody is watching. True character is revealed in private. Anyone can appear disciplined when people are watching. Anyone can act confident when receiving praise. But who are you when nobody sees you? That is where greatness is created. The person you become in private eventually becomes visible in public. Your habits create your identity. Your choices create your future. Your discipline creates your confidence. Respect is not built overnight. It is built through thousands of small decisions. Every time you choose patience instead of anger. Every time you choose discipline instead of comfort. Every time you choose growth instead of excuses. You become someone stronger. And stronger people naturally command respect. The final lesson. Become the person who does not need to demand respect. The highest level of confidence is not saying, "Respect me." It is becoming someone whose actions make disrespect impossible to ignore. You do not need to prove your worth to everyone. You do not need to chase people who do not value you. You do not need to force your importance. Build yourself. Strengthen your mind. Control your emotions. Master your actions. And let your character speak. Because the person with true inner power does not need a loud voice. Their presence is enough. Never reach. It is not about being feared. It is not about making people intimidated by you. It is not about proving you are better than everyone else. It is about becoming so grounded within yourself that your confidence does not depend on the reaction of others. This is the true Stoic path. The 12th lesson. Never let your emotions make decisions for you. Your emotions are powerful, but they are not always wise. Anger wants you to react quickly. Fear wants you to run away. Pride wants you to prove yourself. But wisdom asks a different question. What response will create the best outcome? A person who reacts instantly gives their power away. A person who thinks before acting keeps their power. Imagine someone sends you a message designed to upset you. Your first instinct is to reply immediately. You want to defend yourself. You want them to know they were wrong. But you wait. You think. You return when your mind is clear. That small moment of control changes everything. Because you are no longer being controlled by the situation. You are controlling yourself. The Stoics believe that between an event and your reaction, there is a space. In that space is your freedom. That space is where strength is built. The 13th lesson. Do not chase people who do not recognize your value. One of the biggest mistakes people make is trying to convince someone to appreciate them. They keep explaining. They keep proving. They keep giving more. But respect cannot be forced. A person who truly values you will recognize your effort. A person who does not may continue taking without appreciating. The Stoic approach is simple. Give your best. Act with integrity. But never lose yourself trying to earn what should be mutual. There was once a man who kept helping a friend who never showed gratitude. Every time the friend needed something, he was there. But when he needed support, the friend disappeared. One day, he finally understood something. His kindness was valuable, but his energy was limited. He did not become cold. He simply learned balance. A wise person does not close their heart. They protect it. The 14th lesson. Develop the confidence to walk alone. Many people fear being alone because they depend on others for validation. They need people to approve their choices. They need people to confirm their worth. But a strong mind learns to stand even when nobody is cheering. Great transformations often happen in silence. The athlete trains when nobody is watching. The student studies when nobody is praising them. The builder works before anyone sees the result. The person who learns to walk alone develops something rare. Self-respect. And they do not need different personalities for different rooms. Their principles remain the same. This creates trust. And trust creates respect. People respect those who are consistent. Because consistency shows that your character is real. The 18th lesson. Focus on becoming better, not looking better. The world rewards appearance quickly. But time reveals reality. Someone can create an image of confidence. Someone can pretend to be successful. Someone can create a false impression. But eventually, reality speaks. The Stoic focuses on the inside. A stronger mind. A calmer attitude. A disciplined lifestyle. A wiser perspective. Because when the foundation is strong, the outside naturally improves. The person obsessed with looking powerful often lacks power. The person focused on becoming powerful does not need to announce it. Their life shows it. The 19th lesson. Remember that respect starts with self-respect. If you constantly betray your own values, people notice. If you accept everything from everyone, people notice. If you never stand up for yourself, people notice. Self-respect is not arrogance. It is knowing that your time, energy, and life have value. A person with self-respect does not need to insult others. They do not need to prove superiority. They simply live according to their principles. That quiet confidence is powerful. The 20th lesson. Become someone you would respect. Ask yourself. Would you respect someone who always complains? Would you respect someone who gives up easily? Would you respect someone who cannot control their emotions? Probably not. So become the opposite. Become disciplined. Become patient. Become reliable. Become someone whose actions match their words. Because the highest form of respect is not receiving respect from others. It is looking at yourself and knowing, I am becoming the person I was meant to be. That is the foundation of Stoic strength. Thank you for watching Stoic Ascension. There is one final truth about respect that the Stoics understood. The world respects the person who has mastered themselves. Not the person who controls others. Not the person who tries to appear powerful. Not the person who demands attention. But the person who has control over their own mind. Because when you master yourself, you become difficult to shake. People can challenge you. People can doubt you. People can criticize you. But they cannot easily destroy your peace. And that kind of inner stability creates a presence that people notice. The 21st lesson. Do not reveal every emotion. This does not mean becoming emotionless. It means becoming emotionally intelligent. A person who shows every feeling to everyone gives others control over their state of mind. If everyone knows exactly what makes you angry, exactly what makes you insecure, exactly what makes you lose control, they know how to influence you. But a Stoic person learns emotional discipline. They feel deeply. They care deeply. But they choose when and how to respond. There is power in being calm when others expect chaos. There is power in remaining focused when others are distracted. There is power in staying respectful when others become disrespectful. Your calmness becomes your message. The 22nd lesson. Do not compete for attention. Many people think respect comes from being noticed. But attention and respect are not the same thing. A person can get attention through noise. A person can get attention through controversy. A person can get attention through showing off. But respect is earned differently. Respect comes from reliability. Respect comes from discipline. Respect comes from how you handle yourself when life becomes difficult. A person chasing attention asks, how can I make people see me? A person building character asks, how can I improve myself? The second person eventually becomes impossible to ignore. The 23rd lesson. Stay humble while becoming powerful. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is understanding that there is always more to learn. A truly confident person does not need to remind everyone of their achievements. They let their actions speak. Think about a great warrior. The strongest warrior is not the one who constantly talks about winning. It is the one who trains quietly. The one who prepares. The one who respects the process. Power without humility creates arrogance. Power with humility creates greatness. The 24th lesson. Master your environment. Your surroundings influence your mindset. The people around you influence your standards. The conversations you listen to influence your thoughts. The habits around you influence your actions. If you spend your life around people who constantly complain, you may slowly become the same. If you surround yourself with people who seek growth, you naturally rise. A Stoic understands that protecting your mind is part of protecting your future. Choose environments that strengthen you. Choose conversations that improve you. Choose habits that move you forward. The 25th lesson. Do not seek revenge. Seek growth. Many people waste their energy trying to prove someone wrong. They want people who hurt them to regret their actions. But the Stoic path is different. The greatest response is not revenge. The greatest response is becoming better. Someone underestimated you. Improve yourself. Someone doubted you. Build yourself. Someone walked away. Continue your journey. Your success should not come from hatred. It should come from purpose. Because when you become stronger, you no longer need to look back. The 26th lesson. Understand that your reputation is built in difficult moments. Anyone can be confident when life is easy. Anyone can be patient when everything goes their way. But challenges reveal character. When problems appear, who do you become? Do you panic? Do you blame? Do you lose control? Or do you stay focused? The difficult moments of life are not only tests. They are opportunities to show who you really are. A calm person during chaos becomes valuable. A disciplined person during uncertainty becomes respected. A wise person during conflict becomes trusted. The 27th lesson. Become a person of principles. Without principles, people change based on convenience. They do what benefits them today. They abandon their values when things become uncomfortable. But a person with principles has a foundation. They know what they believe. They know what they will accept. They know what they will never become. This creates strength. Because when you have principles, you are no longer controlled by every situation. You move with purpose. The 28th lesson. Remember that your energy introduces you before your words do. People feel your mindset. They feel your confidence. They feel your insecurity. Before you speak, your presence communicates. That is why inner work matters. You cannot fake discipline forever. You cannot fake confidence forever. Eventually, who you are inside becomes visible outside. So build from the inside. Strengthen your mind. Develop your character. Improve your habits. Because your greatest introduction is the person you have become. The 29th lesson. Be patient with your transformation. Respect is not built in a day. A strong mind is not created overnight. A powerful character is built through repetition. Every day you choose discipline, you grow. Every day you choose patience, you grow. Every day you choose wisdom over reaction, you grow. Small improvements create massive changes over time. Do not compare your journey to someone else's. Focus on becoming better than who you were yesterday. The 30th lesson. Let your life become your message. The highest level of respect is when you no longer need to explain yourself. Your discipline explains you. Your character explains you. Your consistency explains you. Your results explain you. You become proof of your own philosophy. That is what Stoicism teaches. Not just reading wisdom. Living it. Not just talking about strength. Becoming strong. Not just wanting respect. Becoming respectable. The journey to true respect is not about becoming someone everyone fears. It is about becoming someone who cannot be easily broken. Because the world does not truly respect the person who looks powerful. The world respects the person who remains powerful when life becomes difficult. The person who stays calm under pressure. The person who stays disciplined when motivation disappears. The person who keeps their values when everyone else changes. This is the final level of Stoic strength. Mastering yourself. The 31st lesson. Stop looking for permission to become great. Many people are waiting. They are waiting for someone to believe in them. Waiting for someone to recognize them. Waiting for the perfect moment. But the Stoic understands something important. Your growth is your responsibility. Nobody is coming to build your discipline for you. Nobody is coming to create your mindset for you. Nobody is coming to give you confidence. You build these things through your own choices. A person who waits for permission gives power to the world. A person who takes responsibility takes power back. Every morning you wake up, you have another chance to become stronger. Another chance to improve. Another chance to choose wisdom over weakness. The 32nd lesson. Learn to be comfortable with being misunderstood. One of the hardest parts of personal growth is realizing that not everyone will understand your journey. When you become more disciplined, some people may say you changed. When you become more focused, some people may say you are distant. When you stop reacting to drama, some people may say you are different. And they are right. You are different. Growth changes you. The old version of you may have searched for approval. The new version of you searches for purpose. The Stoic does not waste energy trying to explain every transformation. They allow time to reveal the truth. The 33rd lesson. Do not let success change your character. A person's true nature is revealed not only in failure, but also in success. Some people become arrogant when they gain power. They forget where they started. They forget the people who helped them. They forget the lessons that built them. But a Stoic remains grounded. They understand that everything external is temporary. Money can disappear. Status can disappear. Recognition can disappear. But character stays. The strongest person is not the person who rises and looks down on others. It is the person who rises and still remains humble. The 34th lesson. Build patience. In a world where everyone wants instant results, patience becomes a rare strength. People want success immediately. They want change immediately. They want respect immediately. But greatness is built slowly. A tree does not become strong in one day. A person does not become wise in one lesson. A powerful mind is created through years of practice. The Stoic understands that every day is a brick. Every decision builds the person you become. Be patient with the process. But stay committed to it. The 35th lesson. Do not let comfort destroy your potential. Comfort feels good. But too much comfort creates weakness. A person who always chooses the easy path becomes unprepared for difficult moments. The Stoics trained themselves through discipline. They understood that challenges create strength. The person who exercises when they do not feel like it builds discipline. The person who studies when they do not feel motivated builds intelligence. The person who controls their emotions when they feel anger builds wisdom. Growth happens when you choose what is right over what is easy. The 36th lesson. Respect is created through reliability. People trust the person who keeps their word. The person who shows up. The person who can be counted on. You do not build respect by making big promises. You build respect by keeping small commitments consistently. If you say you will do something, do it. If you take responsibility, complete it. Your word should have value. Because when your words mean something, people recognize your character. The 37th lesson. Become your own source of motivation. Motivation disappears. Feelings change. Energy rises and falls. But discipline remains. A strong person does not ask, "Do I feel like doing this?" They ask, "Is this who I want to become?" That question changes everything. Because your future is created by the choices you make when you do not feel like making them. The 38th lesson. Choose wisdom over ego. Ego wants to win every argument. Wisdom wants the best outcome. Ego wants to prove you are right. Wisdom wants you to grow. Sometimes the strongest thing you can say is, "I was wrong." Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is apologize. Sometimes the strongest move is walking away. Because strength is not always fighting. Sometimes strength is knowing when not to fight. The 39th lesson. Create a life you respect. At the end of the day, your biggest judgment comes from yourself. Can you look in the mirror and respect the person you are becoming? Are you keeping your promises? Are you improving? Are you living according to your values? Because external respect means little if you have no respect for yourself. Build a life that gives you inner peace. Build a mind that gives you confidence. Build habits that make you proud. The 40th lesson. Your silence, discipline, and character are your greatest introduction. You do not need to announce your growth. You do not need to tell everyone you are changing. You do not need to convince people that you are valuable. The person you become will speak for you. Your calmness will speak. Your actions will speak. Your consistency will speak. Your results will speak. That is how true respect is created. Not through demands. Not through fear. Not through pretending. Through becoming. Thank you for watching Stoic Ascension. If this message inspired you, share your thoughts in the comments. What is one thing you will do today to strengthen your mind? Share this message with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more powerful stoicism, discipline, and personal growth. Remember, you do not need to chase respect when you become the type of person respect naturally follows. Have you ever reached the end of a difficult day and wondered if you're truly living, or simply surviving? One day, every person watching this video will face the same truth. Money won't matter. Titles won't matter. The opinions of strangers won't matter. In that final moment, only one question will remain. Did you live wisely? If you want to avoid the regrets that destroy people at the end of their lives, stay with me until the end because today we are exploring the Stoic lessons that can completely transform how you live, think, and face the world. And if you're ready to become mentally stronger, leave a comment saying, "I choose wisdom." Subscribe to Stoic Ascension, and let's begin. Before you die, learn that time is your most valuable possession. Most people spend years protecting their money while carelessly wasting their time. Yet money can be earned again. Time cannot. Imagine a wealthy businessman who spent his entire life chasing success. He worked every weekend, skipped family dinners, and told himself he would enjoy life later. Years passed. His bank account grew larger, but his children grew up without him. One evening, sitting alone in a large house, he realized something painful. The years he traded for money could never be bought back. The Stoics constantly reminded themselves that life is short. Not to become afraid, but to become awake. Every morning is a gift that has never existed before and will never exist again. Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop delaying your dreams. Stop assuming tomorrow is guaranteed. The life you're planning for someday is happening right now. Before you die, learn this. Your time is your life. Spend it carefully. Before you die, learn that you cannot control everything. Many people suffer not because life is difficult but because they fight reality. They try to control the weather. They try to control other people's opinions. They try to control outcomes. And when things don't go their way, they become angry and frustrated. A farmer once planted crops and prayed for perfect weather. When rain came, he complained there was too much. When the sun appeared, he complained it was too hot. No matter what happened, he found a reason to suffer. His neighbor accepted whatever came and focused only on working his field. At harvest time, the second farmer was peaceful while the first remained miserable. The difference wasn't circumstances. It was perspective. According to Stoicism, some things are within your control and some are not. Your actions are yours. Your attitude is yours. Your character is yours. Everything else belongs to life. The moment you stop fighting reality, you gain freedom. Before you die, learn that people will misunderstand you. No matter how kind you are. No matter how honest you are. Someone will judge you unfairly. Someone will criticize you. Someone will dislike you for reasons that have nothing to do with you. A young artist spent years creating beautiful work. Whenever someone criticized him, he lost sleep. He replayed their words over and over. One day, an older mentor told him, "If you stop for every barking dog, you'll never reach your destination." That advice changed his life. The Stoics understood that reputation is fragile. Trying to please everyone is impossible. The people who change the world are rarely understood by everyone. Live according to your values. Not according to applause. The crowd changes its mind every day. Character remains. Before you die, learn that suffering can become strength. Nobody wants pain. Nobody asks for hardship. Yet some of the strongest people were shaped by their struggles. A blacksmith places steel into fire. The heat seems destructive. But without fire, the steel remains weak. Life works the same way. The breakup. The failure. The rejection. The disappointment. Each challenge can either break you or build you. The choice belongs to you. Stoicism teaches that obstacles are not roadblocks. They are training grounds. Every challenge carries a lesson. Every hardship carries an opportunity. Pain is often the teacher wisdom uses. Before you die, learn that your thoughts shape your reality. Two people can experience the same event and walk away with completely different lives. One sees disaster. The other sees opportunity. A traveler was caught in a violent storm. One passenger panicked and cried throughout the journey. Another sat quietly and adapted to the situation. Neither controlled the storm. But each controlled their response. The Stoics believe that events themselves are not the problem. Our judgments about them create suffering. You cannot always control what happens. But you can control the story you tell yourself about what happens. Choose your thoughts wisely. They become your future. Before you die, learn to be comfortable alone. Many people fear silence. They fear being alone with their own thoughts. So they fill every moment with noise. Music. Social media. Entertainment. Distractions. A wise man once spent an entire afternoon sitting beneath a tree. Someone asked him why he wasn't doing anything. He smiled and replied, "I'm listening." Listening to what? To himself. In silence, he discovered clarity. In stillness, he discovered peace. The Stoics valued solitude because it allowed them to understand their own minds. If you cannot enjoy your own company, no crowd will save you. Learn to sit quietly. Learn to reflect. Learn to know yourself. Before you die, learn that anger is expensive. A few moments of anger can destroy relationships built over years. A merchant once became furious with an employee over a small mistake. In his rage, he insulted and humiliated the worker. The employee left. Years later, the merchant admitted that his anger cost him one of the most loyal people he had ever known. Anger often promises power. But it usually delivers regret. The Stoics viewed anger as temporary madness. When emotions rise, wisdom falls. Pause before reacting. Breathe before speaking. Think before acting. The strongest person is not the one who defeats others. The strongest person is the one who masters himself. Before you die, learn that success without character is failure. The world celebrates achievement. Fame. Money. Status. Power. But Stoicism asks a deeper question. Who are you becoming? A man built a successful business and became wealthy. Everyone admired him. But behind closed doors, he lied, cheated, and betrayed those around him. When his success disappeared, nobody remained loyal. Why? Because he had built wealth without character. Character is the foundation that survives every storm. Without it, success is temporary. With it, even failure becomes honorable. Focus on becoming a good person. Everything else is secondary. Before you die, learn that gratitude changes everything. A woman complained constantly. Her house was too small. Her job was too difficult. Her life was unfair. One day she visited a hospital and met people fighting battles she could barely imagine. As she left, she realized something important. She had been focusing on what was missing instead of appreciating what was present. That realization transformed her. Gratitude does not mean life is perfect. It means you recognize the blessings that already exist. The Stoics practiced gratitude daily. Not because life was easy. Because life itself was a gift. Look around. There is more to appreciate than you think. Before you die, learn that death gives life meaning. Most people avoid thinking about death. The Stoics did the opposite. They reflected on mortality regularly. Not to become fearful. To become intentional. Imagine receiving a letter that says you have 1 year left to live. What would you stop worrying about? Whose opinion would suddenly seem unimportant? What dreams would you finally pursue? What conversations would you stop postponing? The awareness of death sharpens the value of life. Every sunrise becomes precious. Every conversation becomes meaningful. Every moment becomes a gift. Remembering death teaches us how to live. Before you die, learn that happiness is an inside job. Many people spend their entire lives chasing happiness in external things. A bigger house. A better car. More money. More approval. Yet satisfaction always seems one step away. A traveler searched the world for happiness. He crossed oceans and climbed mountains. After years of searching, he met a wise elder. The elder said, "The happiness you're seeking has been traveling with you the entire time. True peace comes from within. It comes from mastering your mind. It comes from aligning your actions with your values. It comes from living with purpose. External things may add comfort. But they cannot create lasting peace. Only your character can do that." Before you die, learn that every day is a chance to begin again. Maybe you've made mistakes. Maybe you've wasted time. Maybe you've failed. So has everyone else. The Stoics never expected perfection. They expected progress. A man once asked a philosopher how to become wise. The philosopher replied, "Start today. Not next week. Not next month. Today." Every sunrise offers a new opportunity. A new choice. A new direction. You are never too old. You are never too late. You are never too broken. As long as you're breathing, you can begin again. As we come to the end of this video, remember these words. Before you die, learn that time is precious. Learn that you cannot control everything. Learn that people will misunderstand you. Learn that hardship can make you stronger. Learn to master your thoughts. Learn to enjoy your own company. Learn to control your anger. Learn to build character. Learn gratitude. Learn the value of mortality. Learn that happiness comes from within. And most importantly, learn that every day is a chance to become better than you were yesterday. The Stoics didn't promise an easy life. They promised a meaningful one. Before you leave, I want you to imagine something. Imagine that you are much older. Your hair has turned gray. Your face carries the marks of every challenge you survived. You sit quietly and look back on your life. At that moment, what will matter? Not the arguments you won. Not the trends you followed. Not the possessions you collected. What will matter is the person you became. Did you have courage when life became difficult? Did you remain kind when the world became cruel? Did you stay honest when lying would have been easier? Did you keep going when everyone else gave up? These are the questions that matter. A Stoic understands that life is not measured by comfort. Life is measured by character. And character is built one choice at a time. Every day you are writing your story. Every reaction. Every decision. Every action. You are becoming someone. The only question is whether you're becoming the person you truly want to be. A wise old teacher once told his student, "The greatest tragedy is not dying. The greatest tragedy is reaching the end of life and realizing you never truly lived. The student asked, "How do I avoid that fate?" The teacher smiled and said, "Live each day as if it matters." Simple words. Powerful truth. Many people wake up and immediately complain. They complain about the weather. They complain about work. They complain about traffic. They complain about problems. But they forget something important. The fact that they woke up at all is a gift. Some people went to sleep last night and never opened their eyes again. You did. That means you still have opportunities. You still have choices. You still have time. And as long as you have time, you have hope. The Stoics understood that life is unpredictable. Fortunes rise and fall. People come and go. Circumstances change without warning. That's why they built their happiness on something stronger than circumstances. They built it on virtue. On wisdom. On discipline. On courage. On self-control. These things cannot be taken away by bad luck. A storm can destroy your house. It cannot destroy your character. Someone can take your money. They cannot take your integrity. People can criticize your choices. They cannot control your soul. This is true freedom. Not freedom from challenges. Freedom from being controlled by challenges. Think about a tree during a storm. The winds are fierce. The rain is relentless. Branches bend violently. Yet the tree remains standing because its roots run deep. Stoicism teaches us to build deep roots. When adversity arrives, and it will, your roots determine whether you stand or fall. Most people focus on appearing strong. Stoics focus on becoming strong. There is a difference. Appearing strong impresses people. Becoming strong transforms lives. One is temporary. The other lasts forever. Another lesson worth remembering before you die is this. Never underestimate small daily actions. Many people want dramatic change overnight. They want instant success. Instant confidence. Instant discipline. But life rarely works that way. A stone is not shaped by one drop of water. It is shaped by thousands. A strong body is not built in one workout. It is built through consistency. A wise mind is not developed in a single day. It is developed through daily practice. Read a little every day. Learn a little every day. Improve a little every day. Be patient with yourself. Small improvements eventually create extraordinary results. A young man once looked at a mountain and said, "It's impossible to climb." An older hiker replied, "You don't climb a mountain in one step. You climb it one step at a time." The same is true for life. Stop focusing only on the summit. Focus on the next step. Then take another. And another. One day you'll look back and realize you've traveled farther than you ever imagined. Perhaps the greatest Stoic lesson of all is understanding that life owes us nothing. This may sound harsh at first. But it is actually liberating. When we expect life to be fair, we become bitter. When we expect life to be easy, we become disappointed. When we expect life to give us what we want, we become frustrated. But when we accept life as it is, we become resilient. A sailor cannot control the sea. But he can learn to navigate it. Likewise, you cannot control everything life brings. But you can control how you respond. That response becomes your power. That response becomes your legacy. That response becomes your destiny. And one final lesson before we close. Do not wait for permission to become who you are meant to be. Many people spend years waiting. Waiting for confidence. Waiting for approval. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. Waiting for someone to believe in them. Meanwhile, life keeps moving. The truth is that confidence often comes after action, not before it. The perfect opportunity rarely arrives. And sometimes the only person who will believe in you at the beginning is yourself. Start anyway. Take the first step anyway. Speak anyway. Create anyway. Try anyway. Fail anyway. Learn anyway. Grow anyway. Because action creates momentum. Momentum creates progress. And progress creates transformation. Years from now, you will not regret the risks you took while pursuing a meaningful life. You will regret the opportunities you never embraced because fear convinced you to stay still. So as you finish watching this video, ask yourself, what is one thing I need to start doing today? What is one fear I need to face? What is one habit I need to build? What is one excuse I need to leave behind? Don't just listen to wisdom. Apply it. Don't just admire discipline. Practice it. Don't just study Stoicism. Live it. Because knowledge without action changes nothing. But knowledge combined with action can change everything. If you've stayed until this point, you're someone who wants more from life. You're someone who wants wisdom instead of excuses. Growth instead of comfort. Purpose instead of distraction. And for that, you should be proud. Now I want to hear from you. Which Stoic lesson impacted you the most today? Share your answer in the comments below. Your words may encourage someone who needs guidance right now. And before we part ways, I want to leave you with a thought that could change your life forever. One day, without warning, you will experience something for the last time. The last walk outside. The last conversation with someone you love. The last sunrise you will ever see. The last laugh. The last opportunity. The last breath. The strange thing is that you won't know it's the last time when it happens. That is why the Stoics refused to waste life. They understood that every ordinary moment is secretly extraordinary. The coffee you drink in the morning. The friend who sends you a message. The family member who calls to check on you. The quiet evening after a long day. These moments seem small. But one day, they become memories. And memories become treasures. Never become so busy chasing the future that you fail to appreciate the present. Because the present is where life actually exists. Not yesterday. Not tomorrow. Right here. Right now. A Stoic does not spend life waiting for perfect conditions. They create meaning from whatever conditions they have. If life gives them sunshine, they are grateful. If life gives them storms, they grow stronger. If life gives them success, they remain humble. If life gives them failure, they remain determined. This is the power of Stoicism. It teaches you how to remain steady in an unstable world. The world will continue to change. People will continue to disappoint. Unexpected challenges will continue to appear. But a disciplined mind remains calm. A wise heart remains strong. A Stoic soul remains free. Think about all the great individuals throughout history. They faced hardship. They faced criticism. They faced uncertainty. Yet they endured because they learned a truth that many never discover. Your greatest battle is not against the world. It is against the weaknesses within yourself. The laziness that whispers, do it tomorrow. The fear that whispers, you're not good enough. The anger that whispers, get revenge. The doubt that whispers, give up. Every day these voices appear. And every day you must choose which voice to follow. The path of comfort is easy. The path of growth is difficult. But only one of those paths leads to fulfillment. The Stoics chose growth. And so should you. When you wake up tomorrow morning, remember this video. Remember that your life is limited. Remember that your time is precious. Remember that your thoughts shape your reality. Remember that your character is your greatest asset. Remember that every challenge contains an opportunity to become stronger. Most importantly, remember that you are responsible for the person you become. Not your past. Not your circumstances. Not other people's opinions. You. Every choice matters. Every action matters. Every day matters. A year from now, you can be stronger. Wiser. Calmer. More disciplined. More confident. More fulfilled. But only if you start today. Not tomorrow. Not next week. Today. Because life rewards action. And action begins with a decision. So make that decision now. Decide to stop making excuses. Decide to stop doubting yourself. Decide to stop wasting time. Decide to become the person you were meant to be. The journey will not be easy. There will be setbacks. There will be failures. There will be days when you feel like quitting. But remember this. The strongest people are not those who never fall. They are those who rise every time they fall. And every time you rise, you become a little stronger. A little wiser. A little closer to the person you are capable of becoming. That is the Stoic way. That is the path of self-mastery. That is the path of greatness. Before you close this video, sit quietly for a moment and reflect on this question. If everything in your life stayed exactly the same for the next 5 years, would you be happy? Most people never ask themselves that question. They stay in habits they dislike. They stay trapped in routines that drain them. They keep postponing the life they truly want. Then one day they wake up and realize years have disappeared. The Stoics warned against this kind of unconscious living. They believed that every day should be examined. Every evening, they reflected on their actions. What did I do well today? What mistakes did I make? How can I improve tomorrow? Imagine the power of asking yourself those questions every day. Not to criticize yourself. Not to feel guilty. But to grow. A ship that never adjusts its course eventually drifts far from its destination. The same is true for your life. Small corrections today can prevent major regrets tomorrow. Remember, life is not a race against other people. It is a journey toward becoming your best self. Stop comparing your chapter 3 to someone else's chapter 20. Stop measuring your worth by what others have achieved. A rose blooms in its season. A tree grows in its season. Everything in nature develops at its own pace. Why should you be any different? Trust your journey. Trust your growth. Trust the process. The Stoics understood something many people forget. Progress is often invisible. A seed buried underground appears unchanged. But beneath the surface, roots are forming. Strength is developing. Growth is happening. Your efforts work the same way. The books you read. The discipline you practice. The habits you build. The lessons you learn. Even when results are not immediately visible, transformation is taking place. Keep going. The breakthrough may be closer than you think. There is another lesson worth carrying with you. Do not allow bitterness to poison your future. Many people carry old wounds for years. A betrayal. An insult. A disappointment. A broken promise. They replay these memories repeatedly until the past controls the present. A wise Stoic once said that holding on to resentment is like carrying a burning coal while expecting someone else to be burned. The longer you hold it, the more damage it does to you. Forgiveness does not mean what happened was acceptable. It means you refuse to allow the past to control your future. Let go. Move forward. Protect your peace. Protect your energy. Protect your mind. Because your attention is one of the most valuable things you possess. Where your attention goes, your life follows. If your attention constantly focuses on negativity, your world becomes darker. If your attention focuses on growth, gratitude, and purpose, your world becomes brighter. Guard your mind carefully. Not every opinion deserves your attention. Not every argument deserves your response. Not every battle deserves your energy. A lion does not turn around every time a dog barks. Likewise, you should not allow every distraction to pull you away from your purpose. Stay focused. Stay disciplined. Stay committed to what truly matters. And remember this. The quality of your life is determined by the quality of your daily habits. Great lives are not built in a day. They are built daily. One choice at a time. One action at a time. One disciplined moment at a time. Every day gives you two options. You can move closer to your goals. Or you can move further away. You can strengthen your character. Or weaken it. You can build momentum. Or lose it. The choice is always yours. That is both the responsibility and the beauty of being human. You have the power to change. You have the power to improve. You have the power to become more than you are today. Never underestimate that power. History is filled with ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things because they refused to quit. They kept going when progress was slow. They kept going when others doubted them. They kept going when the outcome was uncertain. Persistence transformed them. And persistence can transform you too. So if you feel discouraged today, remember. You are stronger than you think. You have survived difficult days before. You have overcome challenges before. You have endured storms before. The strength that carried you through those moments is still within you. Trust it. Develop it. Use it. And as you continue your journey, carry this final Stoic reminder in your heart. Do not seek an easy life. Seek the strength to handle a difficult one. Do not seek fewer challenges. Seek greater wisdom. Do not seek constant comfort. Seek lasting character. Because character will carry you further than comfort ever can. Thank you for staying with me until the very end. If this message inspired you, write Stoic until the end in the comments below. Share this video with a friend who needs encouragement. And subscribe to Stoic Ascension for more timeless wisdom, mental toughness, self-discipline, and powerful Stoic teachings. Until we meet again. Walk with courage. Think with wisdom. Act with purpose. And keep ascending. Fire Eagle. Stoic Ascension.